Hello, friends. Welcome to the live stream. And today, in the historic reflection, we will actually study about the airships. And believe it or not, today on March 14, in the year 1899, the inventor, German inventor Ferdinand Zeppelin, he receives his US patent, and the name of the product which was mentioned in the patent was the navigable balloon. It was a big thing, this is before the invention of the flight, invention of the aeroplane. Navigation of a balloon, that means you can actually take the balloon where you want it to go and you can actually navigate it, was a big deal. And therefore Zeppelin got the patent today, in the year 1899. A good 2 years before the first flight that took place, the Wright brother flight that took place. So today is a very opportune day for the human flight, because Zeppelin actually got a patent, and Zeppelin became very popular when it comes to the first flying machine which could actually navigate, which could actually you can plan a trip from one city to the other. And therefore it is definitely a very big deal, where when it comes to creating an air flight, which we actually assume today, just buy a ticket, hop on into an aeroplane and go over to your destination. But taking a pilot requires a skill, that is why there is a pilot training. And pilot cannot navigate something which is not navigable. So before 1899, before the Zeppelin, the air balloon was mostly restricted to flying through the air, and it's completely controlled by the airstream, the flow of the air, or the wind, which wherever it takes it. So Zeppelin made it possible that you can navigate it, you can actually control the airship where you want it to. And this is the name, this is a gentleman who actually created the history, and his product is, as you can see, it's very streamlined. It does not look like a balloon at all, and many of us know about this. However, we don't hear too much, we don't see them today. But believe it or not, the company that Zeppelin formed, the Zeppelin airship company, is now making a comeback. And this is the modern airship that you see. And this is a very gentle, and it does not consume so much of fuel like a typical aeroplane. And for short hops, people are now saying that maybe airship is a more practical solution. Maybe airships which does not require a runway, it does not require too much paraphernalia like an aeroplane, and therefore it can actually take off from anywhere, because it does not require to a runway to basically build the momentum. So these airships are coming back, and that is why I thought I will talk about airships today, and why even today the airships are relevant. So they are not basically used today simply because in those days the airship was quite hazardous when it comes to basically making it float. And to make it float, you need lighter than air, some sort of material which is lighter than air. And if you remember the balloons, they used to heat up the air, and the hot air is lighter than the cold air, and that is how the balloon used to take to the sky. Whereas when it comes to Zeppelin, you don't want to spend the fuel in just heating up the air. So Zeppelin invented a method by which by using the lighter hydrogen, you could actually take to the sky. So because hydrogen is lighter than air, and if you fill your Zeppelin, your airship, with hydrogen bags, it will then be lighter than the air, and then you can take to the skies. And then you can actually control the amount of hydrogen moment you reach your altitude. And therefore, using this mechanism, Zeppelin invented the airship. at this point, I like to mention that hydrogen is highly inflammable. It is the best fuel that is known in the universe. It ignites very, very rapidly, and then it is very explosive also. It does not ignite slowly, it is explosive. That means a lot of hydrogen, if it catches fire, it will explode. The rate of combustion is very, very high when it comes to hydrogen. So the next best material in those days was helium. But helium is an inert gas, and therefore, like hydrogen can be extracted from variety of sources, helium is generally trapped in the rocks down below the earth, and that technology in the 1900 was available only with the US, and US refused to part with that technology to any other country, and more so to Germany. And Zeppelin was German, and therefore he did not get access to helium, even though he requested for helium from US. But the US government decided not to part with the helium, not to give the technology, and not also to provide the helium to Germany. And therefore Zeppelin basically has to make flight using hydrogen, which is very, very risky. So considering the risk, Zeppelin created different variants, and Zeppelin was being used as a passenger transport. So you could because you can make a very big airship, you can actually provide a lot of comfort, the sleeping compartment, playing cards, billiards, music gallery, all kinds of things were provided in the passenger transport arena by the Zeppelin company in those days. And this was a faster method because ship used to take a lot of time, and the ship was available only in the ocean. So Zeppelin was a very fast method, very comfortable, very classy method to travel, especially and it was not cheap. The ticket used to cost a bomb in those days also. So Zeppelin used hydrogen to afloat his airships, and use it for variety of purpose. One of the purpose, as I said, is passenger, and also the cargo. So in Zeppelin there was a variant where you can actually carry huge cargo long distances faster than ships, and you can make these airships pretty large so that they can carry a lot of cargo. The only drawback in those airships was they were made of hydrogen. And looking at the success of these Zeppelins, every country started investing, and they started making their own Zeppelin. And however, Zeppelin had captured that market at that time, Zeppelin Airship Company, and they were supplying ready-made airships to whichever country. And because they already had a head-on start, they were able to provide cheaper, better, faster solution to the countries. So when it comes to transport airships, Zeppelin was providing. At the same time, they were also being considered for your defense. So the airships were being planned as a reconnaissance platforms, or also as a heavy bomber platform, because in those days Zeppelins can fly quite high, and there was no way to bring them down because there were no missiles in those days, and therefore they were ideal platform for bombing raid. So they were actually used during First World War as heavy bombers, and subsequently they were developed in the defense services as well. So I think a variety of uses were already planned when the aeroplane technology was still very new and was being developed. So airship was actually ruling the skies. And finally that eventuality happened, which we all remember. This was the Zeppelin accident in New Jersey, and within like 30 seconds the entire Zeppelin burned because the hydrogen on board caught fire, and within like matter of 37 seconds the entire airship blew because it was filled with hydrogen. And the theory is that the atmospheric spark, which is based on the static current, ignited the hydrogen and that exploded, and that is really the blow to the Zeppelin, and that is when they were grounded. Because ideally, even Zeppelin, Ferdinand Zeppelin knew that hydrogen is very risky material to use, and he had to actually build very strong tanks to hold the hydrogen so that there are no leaks, and he had to also create special provisions in his Zeppelin. So if he had access to helium, he could have actually produced very high-end airships, which would be very safe, and they could also take different kinds of cargo to its destination. But then Americans did not provide the helium. So therefore, this accident, the last airship that was flying, exploded. Many people died in this, and this is in the year 1936. After that, airships did not fly for almost like 70, 80 years. But now with the advanced technology, airships are being brought back. And as you can see, this is one example of the modern airship. And now there is no embargo on helium, etc. So you can actually keep the helium. You can actually even Germany has the technology to generate helium, and therefore these airships are now being redeployed, revived, and as a practical mode of transportation, they are being tried out, simply because they have so many advantages over aeroplanes. Aeroplanes are gas guzzlers. They actually pollute. They make a lot of noise. You need a very high-end type of technology in terms of engines, and you have to make them the aeroplanes are made of special material. So airships are much simpler design. If you want to carry more weight, you simply increase the buoyancy of the airship, and it can carry passengers, more number of passengers, it can carry more number of cargo, etc. So there are a lot of advantages when it comes to airship. Also with aeroplane, because aeroplanes fly faster, airships fly slow. So for so many years now, we have been flying at a relatively slower speed, because even if you produce a high speed aeroplane, it is not practical because it produces a lot of noise. There is more chance of accidents, and also whenever it passes through certain countries put a limit of on the sound pollution, and therefore most of these high speed planes are not allowed to fly. There are a lot of no-fly zones. At the same time, even if you basically fly faster, you will achieve incremental advantage, and whereas the cost of transportation will be very high. So there are a lot of issues with fast flying. So for last 50-60 years, if you fly the aeroplanes, then you would have noticed that we have not been able to fly faster. What we are doing in terms of innovation when it comes to aeroplane, we are actually building them bigger. So therefore airships can now fly relatively faster than what their predecessors were, and therefore these airships are now being revived because they are quite practical. You don't need a very big airport to launch them. You can actually provide a lot of comfort, and they can also carry a lot of cargo, and obviously they are faster than ships. They are definitely faster than ship, and they can if you build large enough airship, then you can actually carry a lot of cargo faster, much faster than waterway or anything like that. And you don't have to build a very big airport. You just need small facility for these airship to dock. And now these airships are also being fitted with fly-by-wire technology, a lot of avionics, and therefore they are much more efficient. And also now the scientists have also found that you don't need to fill in a lot of buoyant gases into airship. You can actually have a certain ratio, and then increase the pitch of the takeoff and landing by controlling these fins. So these fins are being added to the airship. As you can see in the tail section, there is a fin which will allow airship to change directions, etc., go up and down. So a lot of these advancements are happening when it comes to airship, and therefore airships can be much more practical, much more viable. They take less manpower, less complexities, low tech, so you don't need a lot of maintenance. And when it comes to manning the machinery, you need lesser staff. And since they fly slow, noiseless, they produce less pollution, they don't produce even noise pollution. So it may offer very comfortable ride to the passengers, just in case if the passengers are flying. And also when it comes to cargo, they can carry a lot of cargo faster, much faster than ships, slower than aeroplane, but then they can carry much more than aeroplane. So therefore airships are quite viable. And today is an important day, March 14th, when Ferdinand Zeppelin got his patent, US patent, signed as a navigation balloon. So friends, do let me know if you are excited to know about this trivia. And I like to know your comments on airships, whether they should be relaunched, or especially for the short distance travel, or not. I like to know your opinion. So as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one.
Welcome to the show Historical Reflection, and today we have taken a very interesting subject, and this is regarding Kohinoor. And to discuss about this gem, this Kohinoor, we are joined by eminent historian Mrs. Meeta Joshi. So without wasting any further moment, let's welcome her and listen the story of Kohinoor. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji. आज आप कैसी? How are you today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I'm fine. Or as everybody says that these diamonds are forever, and especially I think you and me can understand the liking of diamonds and kind of jewelry we make of the diamond. And today, you know that we are discussing the most precious diamond of the world, that is Kohinoor Hira, and that's what Kohinoor diamond. So tell me about you, how you feel about this particular diamond, and how you will react in case if it is in your hand someday.
That is a tricky question. See, Kohinoor has a very shady history that way, because when it was acquired by anyone in the history, Indian history or European history, so it has always done some harm to that particular person. It was mined in the Kolur mines of Golconda by the Kakatiya people. The Kakatiya dynasty was ruling the Golconda that time, and it was embedded on the left eye of the goddess Bhadrakali in Warangal. Okay, because Bhadrakali was their Kuldevi. But when Alauddin Khilji's Governor General Malik Kafur, he did an expedition towards the south around 1310 AD. That time Prataprudra Deva of Kakatiya dynasty was ruling the entire area. So when he saw Kohinoor, he was like awestruck, because it was so shiny and so big in size. So he took the diamond and he gifted it to Alauddin Khilji. So Alauddin Khilji possessed it for a long period of time. But then Alauddin Khilji's downfall started. And when in 1526 AD Babur came and invaded India by the first battle of Panipat, so Kohinoor was presented to Babur as a war booty. And Babur also, because it was so big, at the time when it was acquired by these people, it was 186 carats. Okay, it's a huge, in shape, also a huge diamond. And then Babur passed it over to Humayun. But then destiny was such that Humayun was defeated by Sher Shah Sur, and he has to leave India. He has to fled India rather in 1540 AD after the Battle of Chausa, and he took refuge in Iran. Okay, and Iran and Persia. So there, one of the invaders, Nadir Shah, when he got the diamond, so he took the diamond in his hands and he saw, and then he probably named the diamond. He said Kohinoor, because Kohinoor in Persian means mountain of light. So from there, again from Nadir Shah, it was brought back to India somehow, because they wanted to cut the diamond for more shine and light. So it was brought to back to India, and then it was possessed by Maharaja Ranjit Singh in Punjab. So Maharaja Ranjit Singh wore it in his arm, and after him, the young prince Maharaja Dilip Singh, who was coronated to the throne of Punjab when he was only 5 years old. So his mother Jind Kaur, she tied the Kohinoor on his arm as an armlet they used to wear. But then at the same time, Punjab was annexed to the royal crown, okay, around 1849 AD. And then when Queen Victoria, who was the ruling queen of England, came to know about the diamond, so she very diplomatically invited Dilip Singh to England. And because he was a small child, by the time he reached England, it was hardly, he must be 13 or 14 years old. So she said, "You are my son," and all such things. And then there was an agreement which was made, in which the royal crown annexed, the diamond was annexed to the royal crown, and it got the Queen Victoria got the possession of Kohinoor. So because it was so big, so they exhibited it for the public, but public somehow did not like Kohinoor, because it was not as shiny and as magnificent as the tales were told about the diamond. So again, Victoria's son Albert, okay, he sent it for cutting, and after cutting and polishing, now from 186 carat it was reduced to 105.6 carats, and now it was a very brilliant and shining diamond with lot of cuts. So now people started admiring Kohinoor, and from Queen Victoria it was passed to Queen Alexandra, and then from Queen Alexandra to Queen Elizabeth. But if you see the history of Kohinoor, Kanchan, I should not be saying that, but it was a doomed diamond, because whoever possessed it, if you see the royal family, how many problems internally they had. number of issues. So maybe that was the reason that the present King of England, King Charles III, his wife Camilla, she refused to wear the diamond
Right.
when Charles was coronated as the king after the death of Queen Elizabeth. So somehow maybe she understood that the history of Kohinoor is not so good, and then actually it belongs to our country. It belongs to India very much. But then, because by hook or crook and by deceit, they took it from a young prince, Dilip Singh, and it is there in the tower, one of the towers in Paris, where they exhibit the jewels. So it is in the crown of, it was in the crown of Queen Elizabeth, and now when Camilla refused to wear it, so it is just in the Tower House in London with the jewels of the royal family. But then, Kohinoor was one such diamond which probably chose its owner. Because if you see from the Kollur mine, it has traveled to Warangal, then to Alauddin Khilji in Delhi, then passed on to Babur, from Babur Humayun, from Humayun Nadir Shah, and then somehow brought back to India, then Maharaja Ranjit Singh, then Dilip Singh, and then finally the royal family of England, Queen Victoria, and then Queen Alexandra and Queen Elizabeth. So somehow it is, we can say that it is one of the most mysterious and one of the most talked about diamond in the entire world. Because if you go back to the pages of history, and that time all the newspapers were, the British newspapers were filled with the tales of Kohinoor at that time when it was possessed by Queen Victoria. And when it was in India also, because Alauddin Khilji was a very ambitious king, and when he got the Kohinoor, so it was a matter of pride that he was possessing it. And when Babur sent it for evaluation, so somehow the evaluator said that it is beyond, evaluation. We cannot assess the price of the diamond. So it is a priceless diamond, of course, and actually our country should own it. But somehow, whatever has happened in the past, we lost it. And everyone knows the ways of Britishers were crooked. The colonial rule which was there in India was full of all this crookedness and deceit and all sorts of these things. So if you see in one way, maybe okay, it is in Britain. At least the problems which Kohinoor brings with it, at least India is at present not facing those problems. But then if you see from heritage point of view, then obviously it was mined in Kollur mines of Golconda, and it was owned by the Kakatiya kings. So it should belong to us, to the Indians. But then, we don't know that in the future how things will unfold, and whether King Charles III, the present King of England, understands this and thinks of returning it back to the original owner. But again, all these things are, doubtful, and we really don't know what will happen in future.
Well, as far as the demand of coming back or maybe everybody, Indian government or Indian people, they are demanding that Kohinoor should be returned back by Britishers, and this is being raised right from 1900, and even today. Due to new Indian origin Prime Minister who is now ruling England, so the expectations are really high on that front.
I know.
So I hope that, as you said, that Kohinoor has selected its owner, and I think the best place is, I think, on as in the temple of Bhadrakali, where it is being firstly was taken. So I think whatever are the options or the ideologies or maybe some fake ideas which are associated with Kohinoor, I think time has come that the thing which belongs to us should be returned to us. So that is what I really, as a person, I really feel.
That way, Kanchan, whole Britain belongs to us. Because all the wealth
Rightly
which the
said.
Britishers have is all looted from India.
Right.
You know,
Right.
all the countesses and kings and the nobles who are now in England or were in England, they are all leading a luxurious life on our money.
Right. So, lastly, I just want to ask you what you really want. You want this Kohinoor Hira to be returned to India, and what is the time frame you're looking at, hypothetically?
See, as an Indian, definitely I would want it back because it belongs to Indian culture and Indian heritage. It is part of our history very much. But then let's leave it on time, Kanchan, because speculations, and if we assume or we predict, somehow things don't work that way. So let's leave it to time and to the wisdom of King Charles III, who is a pro-Indian man because he loves India. And when he got married to Princess Diana way back in 1981, so he invited the Dabbawalas of Bombay. He personally invited them. So that way he has some connection with our country. He loves India, and he loves Indian food that way. So let's see what future holds for us and Kohinoor.
Well, it was so nice to talk to you regarding this. And of course, I think on daily basis, we don't talk about these subjects.
I know. Yes.
But this is something rekindling those aspirations and desire, which are somehow, I think, embedded in every Indian, because they are somehow associated with Kohinoor Hira.
Yes, because see, since childhood we have heard the tales of Kohinoor, that it belonged to India and now it is in the British crown. So obviously each and every Indian is associated with it passively.
Right.
Passively, yes.
So thanks for taking up this this topic. So I'll be meeting again with more interesting and
we have discussed the history and the aspirations of Indians which are associated with Kohinoor Hira. So I look forward for your comments, what you feel about this gem, and would you also looking forward that it should be returned to India because this is the property of India. So I look forward. I'll be meeting again. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Hello, friends. Today is March 7th, and in the historic reflection, we have a very important person to discuss. And this is about the great Alexander Graham Bell, who gave us the telephone. And today, on March 7th, in the year 1876, his great invention was patented. And we have to talk about this great man today in our program. Simply because he changed the way we live, he changed the way we communicate, and therefore this is a great invention. In fact, all the history buff must remember this day, March 7th, 1876, when for the very first time the Graham Bell actually introduced telephone to all of us. And today we treat telephone as something which is taken for granted. Now it has come a long way from the old telephones. Now we use a mobile phone and now the internet telephony. So we don't have to dial anyone. In today's environment, we can just make an internet telephone call. But back in the day, it was a big deal, and this great man gave us the telephone. And to understand more why he started developing the telephone device, I think we need to also understand his personal life. Uh, well, the personal life, because of his personal life and the influences he had, he actually started working on the acoustic devices and ended up making the first practical telephone. And what is a telephone? Telephone basically means that you can actually dial a person and speak to him, and your voice is transmitted to him instantly electronically. So you can have a conversation instead of typing in a typewriter. You can have a serious conversation without the use of keyboard and anything else, and you can actually dial that person wherever that person is. So I think that is why the telephone is an important device, and Alexander Graham Bell gave us this device, and because of this the entire world changed. Now you can have meetings using telephone. Now you can have video calls, a long distance communication. But before the invention of telephone, what were the ways how you could communicate with people? You have to physically catch a train and go there and basically conduct your business meeting, come back. It would have taken a lot of time to do business. But when the telephone came into the world, everything else changed. Now you can have your conversation instantly. And that is why this invention is so brilliant. And Graham Bell actually came up with this kind of device, or this, he actually started thinking in those lines that we should be able to talk. It's basically because of his personal tragedy. So Graham Bell basically is a Scottish inventor. He was born in Edinburgh, in the city Edinburgh, but later his family migrated to US, where they settled. And his father was a teacher. However, his mother was deaf, and also his wife. And because of that, he wanted to basically develop something. And he was an inventor by nature. He wanted to invent things. And from his childhood, he was actually very scientific or inventor bent of mind. So he wanted to invent something which will make deaf people listen to things. And that is how he started off by making the acoustic, lot of R&D in acoustic devices. And in those days, the telegraph had already arrived, and this was all electric cable based communication. But you can communicate instantly, but it's not voice communication, it's dash and dot. So telegraph, the Thomas Alva Edison company had invested a lot, especially in the US, to build the telegraph network. So Graham Bell had a logical idea that he can actually develop a long distance actual communication device which will carry your voice and other person can hear using the same telegraphic network. So his personal tragedy prompted him to develop this device, which is an extension to the already existing telegraph system. You can call it acoustic telegraph, because in the telegraph, as you can see in this picture, you could transmit different dash and dots, and other person can note down these dash and dots, and then convert that into language. So it's sort of a passing on message, but somebody has to decode it. But if you can remove this contraption, replace it with the telephone, now you don't have to do dash and dot. You can actually pick up the phone and dial that person and speak to him instantly. So that is what the beauty of Graham Bell's invention is. And he got the patent, and immediately this device became a hit. And as you can see in a very old picture, this is a extremely old picture, and hence the quality of this picture is not great, but you can see that he is inaugurating his first telephone line in the world in the year 1892 from New York to Chicago. So he actually spoke to the other person, and he basically was the pioneer behind development of the telephone, and also he partnered with the Edison Telegraphic Company to roll out his invention. So it was very logical, because for using the telegraph you need a little bit of technical knowledge, and there was a big learning curve. But if you have the telephone, there's no learning curve required. You just pick up the phone and talk to the person. So I think that is the beauty of this telephone, which was sort of invented, patented today on March 7th, and then gradually the entire world basically started using telephone on a long distance communication. So whatever we see today, this is the day when it all started when it comes to communication. Now let's talk about other invention of Graham Bell. So Graham Bell actually invented telephone, but his idea was to basically invent something using which the deaf people can listen. So he did not keep the telephone in his office because he didn't like that. He said, my work is not over. So he went on inventing other things in life, and believe it or not, he actually invented the first video phone, and he called it photophone. And this is, you can transmit talking communication with image in a long distance, but it is sort of a earlier brother of the fiber optics cable. He called it photophone, and he developed it also. And this did not caught on at that time, because I think the technology was almost 100 years ahead of its time. But today we know that fiber optics is enabling the growth of internet and that video telephony. But many of us don't know that Graham Bell actually invented something called photophone, which is the video calling device almost 100 years back. The fiber optics actually was adopted by the world in the 1980s. So almost 100 years before when his invention became popular, he had already invented a device like that. Let's look at other inventions. He is also attributed to inventing the metal detector. Metal detector is a very important device if you are actually in the archaeological business, or mining, or even diffusing the unexploded mines after the war, and whole lot of exploratory work. Today there are all kinds of metal detector which are found. You can actually buy them off the shelf from Amazon. But Graham Bell actually invented the world first metal detector, and that is why he is attributed to this great invention. So you see that he has been behind such great works, and I think we should be giving a lot of credit to Alexander Graham Bell for giving so many beautiful inventions to the world. Now he also invented hydrofoil. Hydrofoil is a device which can be put underneath the ships and boat, which actually reduce the drag on the boat, increase the speed almost by double. And these are sort of flying wings, but in the inverted fashion, put under the water. So literally the boat and the ship can be lifted off the water, and the hull of the ship and or the boat loses contact with the water, and thus it will reduce the drag. And using the same engine, now you can actually have a more efficient boat or a ship. And more efficiency basically means that less fuel consumption. So Graham Bell invented the hydrofoils also, and this is also very important because today almost every ship comes with a hydrofoil. It makes them move faster, more efficiently, and carry more load. Let's look at the aviation. So Graham Bell also invented the aeronautics as we know it today. So we know that Wright brothers actually invented the aircraft and started the flying, but Wright brothers or their invention was not perfected without the development of aeronautics. You know, how do you basically increase lift? How do you reduce drag? What is the kind of power you need? How do you have to shape the wings, etc.? So the entire science of aeronautics was sort of written by Graham Bell. Actually, he actually set up his own company to make aeroplanes in Canada, and he successfully rolled out the first aeroplanes. However, the aeronautics which we use in every aeroplane today, whether it is fighter or a commercial jet or even space going space shuttle, the same aeronautics which was developed by Graham Bell is used today. And also lastly, he became very interested in the gene and genetic, hereditary, etc., and hence he started the National Geographic. National Geographic is a very, very popular magazine globally, and it relies on beautiful pictures, the printing of pictures instead of giving a lot of words. So as people say that picture speaks 1,000 words. So using the same method, Graham Bell actually founded the National Geographic, and they published the beautiful pictures. And today National Geographic has become a very popular channel, and giving life to study about nature, etc. So Graham has given so many things to us. He was a great man, great inventor, and therefore we must remember him today, especially when his first invention, which is the telephone, was patented on March 7th in the year 1875. So friends, if you have any comments, any suggestions on the information around historic reflections, feel free to send in your comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream about historic reflection, and today is March 5th. So a very important incident happened today. This is related to Copernicus, and in the year 1660 on March 5th, his work, which is basically about the heliocentric model of the solar system, was placed as a forbidden text by the Catholic Church. So this happened today, and so let us analyze this particular historic event, and let us begin by understanding who was Copernicus. So Nicholas Copernicus was basically an astronomer and mathematician who actually hailed from Poland, current day Poland, and he was actually a German descent person. In fact, there is a village which is also named after his family name, Copernicus, and he actually belonged to affluent middle class family with business tie-ups, etc. He was the fourth child of his parent, both of his parents were quite successful and educated. So Copernicus basically was quite educated, and his interest in mathematics and astronomy was quite profound. So he kept working on various models, observation, and he actually formulated the heliocentric theory of planetary bodies. Now, when we talk about heliocentric theory, it's basically going against the church of those days. Basically, church believed that Earth is in the center of things, and that is how the God created all living beings, and Earth was the center of the entire universe, and everything else rotate around it, including sun. And so Copernicus was the first one to basically say that, hey, that is not true. Based on the observation and basically plotting the movement of the planet in their orbit in our solar system, he said that Earth should be moving around sun and not the other way around. And he actually did a lot of observation. This was his life's work, and he actually compiled all that in a book. And it was logical. So a lot of people felt that, okay, there must be some logic, because a lot of other people might have seen this fact as a part of observation, but Copernicus was courageous enough to basically write a thesis and make it a formal assertion. And in a way, during the Renaissance period, Copernicus played a major role. His work played a major role in the general awakening of people. And therefore, this is something which is important. And Copernicus was a very observant person, and all his calculations and all his theories were based on observation itself by naked eye. There were no instrument, there was no telescope or anything like that. So that is why he used to roam around and keep observing the night sky, making calculations, making notification in his book. And it was his life work, because that making such calculations requires a lot of observation and also plotting of the planetary movement. So that is why all this was done for a very long time just by observation. And he actually produced this in his book called Revolutionis Bus Orbium Colostium. This was published in the year 1543, and same year Nicholas Copernicus died. And at that time he was 70 years old. And as the book was being published, the last pages were being shown, he actually suffered paralysis. And he was actually when the book was being published, he was actually undergoing, he was very old at that time, and he was undergoing major issues. And it is said that on his on the last page, when it was printed, he was already in a coma, and gradually his body started to stop, kind of becoming like a paralytic person. And he kept only looking at his work, and then gradually he passed away. And when the book was released, on the same day he passed away in the year 1543. So his life work, his life observation was compiled in a book. He actually monitored, at the age of 70, as the book was getting printed, he died. And because of his work, it actually kick-started the Renaissance period in Europe. Well, nothing happened for next 60 years, nearly 60 years, almost 3 generations, when the church realized, in fact, church was always against this kind of work, or church has been saying that the God created earth being in the middle, and sun rotates around, and Copernicus' work actually said that no, that is not the way. So church was always against his book. But even church to wake up and ban his work, it took 6 decades. So today, on March 3rd, in the year 1660, the church bans his work and forbid reading and writing, reading and writing about that work by anyone. And the church used to be so strong in those days, and going against this forbidden law, if you try to publish this book, read it or analyze it, it would end up in a death penalty. So after the death of Copernicus, today March 5th, this was something which was done by church in the year 1616. And 10 years subsequent to this incident, Galileo actually proved what Copernicus was saying by building a telescope, and he challenged the church, which is after 7 decades of Copernicus' death. He challenged the church that, hey, come and look into my machine, my telescope, and you can actually see Jupiter and its 4 moons. This proves that Earth is not the only system. There are other planetary systems which are further away, and therefore Copernicus must be right. But then church refused to look into his telescope, and actually since Galileo had very high connections with the church also, so for talking about Copernicus' work, Galileo was imprisoned. So he spent last decade of his life in a dungeon below the church in Vatican. So I think today is an important day for science buff, especially people who do not know how Renaissance was kick-started. It was kick-started by the work of Nicholas Copernicus, and his work was banned on March 5th, 1660 by church. So friends, this is about the historic reflections. I will meet you in the next one. As always, thanks for watching, and bye for today. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and this is about historic reflection, and today is March the 3rd, and so let us dive into our program and understand what are the important incidents which happened today. In fact, this trivia, all 9 of them are listed here as an agenda. You can see it here. If you can read this, all these subjects will be covered today in our live stream. So let's proceed. And remember friends, today is March the 3rd. So what happened today? Well, the first information is regarding Akbar, who was the Mughal emperor. And Akbar was actually establishing his Mughal empire into his territory, and he was fighting the Indian Hindu kings. And as part of this conquest, Akbar achieved a major victory over the state of Bengal. Bengal was a very powerful state at that point in time within India, very powerful army. And today, on March 3rd, 1575, Akbar defeated the king of Bengal, and thus establishing a major victory of Mughal empire into Indian subcontinent. And therefore, after this battle, Mughal army, Mughal empire was recognized as a force to reckon with. So this is something which happened today. So I think we must remember, because this incident changed the history as we know it in our for our country, being an Indian. All right, moving to the next one. Let's change gear and go to Europe. And remember that now we have this recording mechanism which we don't, we just record it, and sometimes we go live on the internet just like we are doing it right now. So we go live on the internet and do the recording. However, way back in 1904, Thomas Edison actually developed a recording device which was called Thomas Edison cylinder. What you could do is basically record your voice, and then the cylinder can be sent out for replays. So for the first time, a leader of any country, which is the Wilhelm II, he was a king, he was a monarch of Germany. He recorded his official message on a Edison cylinder so that it could be replayed several times, and he could. So in those days, there was not the radio was not very popular, etc. So this was one mechanism where the official statement was recorded and then sent out to his ministries or people, whoever wanted to listen to that. It is sort of a file which you send across, but it is a physical cylinder on which the messages can be stored and then can be sent out. So this happened today on March 3rd in the year 1904. Let's move to the next one. Now this is again coming back to India. This is related to Mahatma Gandhi, and basically here, this whole thing was about the Indian freedom struggle, and Mahatma Gandhi basically began his fast today, and fast against the anarchy of British rule. And this was an important incident. In fact, in the year 1939, on March the 3rd, he actually started his fast until death, a mission against the British government, and this is exactly what happened today. So this is a historic day for Indians, especially to remember this, because Mahatma Gandhi started his his mission to basically fight and take the British out of India and become independent. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, we know that during the Second World War, German Army, German Air Force, German Navy, they were very strong, and in fact, they were, not being matched by any European army. In fact, their techniques, their tactics, their machinery, all was outstanding. And however, rest of the countries, especially UK and other countries, US and UK, they caught up, and they wanted to keep their machinery simple. They wanted to produce them in factories so that they can be replaced and serviced quickly, because the war is going on. And therefore, the British developed a Avro Lancaster bomber, which was able to fly from the soil of London and conduct a bombing sortie over Germany, all the way to Germany, because it was a big deal. There were no plane. They were able to reach Germany in those times because it was quite far off. So in a single flight, flying with their ordnance up to Germany was very difficult. So in those days, this was a big challenge, big problem. And therefore, this was a remarkable piece of machinery which was developed. The first Lancaster bomber, which could take off from London and return after completing the bomb sortie, was launched on March the 3rd in the year 1942. And the beautiful part of this bomber is that even though it looks so menacing, but most of the structure of this bomber is made of cloth and wood and cardboard. So it was easily replaceable. It could be serviced in case if it is damaged during the sortie. It could be serviced and put to action back again very quickly. So this was a remarkable, very low cost, cheap machinery which could lay havoc on the enemy countries. And so that is why it is important to remember this particular bomber. The next information which happened today on March 3rd is related to Elvis Presley. Now Elvis, as we know that he is king of pop, and he is so popular. Even today he is so popular. So he started his first, he started his career today, essentially, March 3rd, when he actually launched his radio broadcast known as Louisiana Hayride in the year 1955. So his career was launched today on March 31st. So for all the Presley fans, this is an important day for all of us to remember. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, the next information is also related to Presley, but this is in 1956, where his first single, Heartbreak Hotel, became very, very popular. It is also a movie, and the title song of the movie is Heartbreak Hotel, and which was released on March 3rd in the year 1956. So all of us must remember this. This is an important day for Elvis Presley fans. Let's move to the next one. Well, another hero, this time Bruce Willis. And Bruce Willis is Die Hard, and Bruce Willis is a brand by itself. He has given so many popular movies, and however, Bruce Willis started his career in the year 1985 in a TV serial, with Sybil Shepherd on ABC TV. So he did not start his career in the movies, but he actually started in TV soap operas. And his career started in the year 1985 on March 3rd. Well, now this is about Bill Gates. So back in the days when the Explorer and the these kind of software which could actually help you explore the internet were in very early stage, and there was a company called Netscape. So Netscape actually came up with the Internet Explorer kind of software, and then later Windows started bundling their own version of Explorer, which we call as Internet IE, Windows IE or Bing. The earlier version, they were being sold for free in Windows. So Netscape dragged Microsoft to court on the charges of monopolizing the whole internet industry. And today on March 3rd, Bill Gates lost that battle, and he had to divide his company into two. That is today in the year 1998, March the 3rd. And prior to March 3rd, Bill Gates used to be the richest person. But after this date, since his company were divided into two, which is Windows and the Internet Explorer, Internet Technologies, they were all divided. His wealth also, so he no longer remained the world richest man after this date. However, the company which dragged Microsoft to court, Netscape, completely fallen flat and then vanished from the face of the earth. Even though they won the lawsuit, but they could not sustain themselves against the marketing might of Microsoft. So I think that is something that we must remember. And then lastly, in the year 2005, on March 3rd, Steve Fawcett actually conducted his solo non-stop flight across the world. So why this is amazing? Because he went solo and he flew continuously without any refueling, and this is something which is so outstanding, because he actually participated in this particular feat, which lasted for 67 hours non-stop in an aeroplane. 67 hours 2 minutes, the first non-stop flight across the world without any stop or any refueling. So friends, these are all the historic events which happened today, and I hope you enjoyed them. And if you have any thoughts and comments, feel free to send in your comments. I will meet you again on Monday. Until then, have a nice day, have a nice weekend. See you next time. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to This Day That Year. Today is March 2nd, and I have actually selected some very specific historic events which we need to remember. And the incidents which we want to talk about today are related to these items, which is Vasco da Gama, Napoleon Bonaparte, slave trade, American Civil War, Mr. President Richard Nixon, another president, which is Putin from Russia, and some records being set up by Emirates, which is flying A380, and also certain records which were created today on March 2nd on board ISS. So, without further ado, let's go to our historic reflections program and know what are so specific events which happened today. The first one is related to Vasco da Gama, and when he started his journey in order to discover India via the sea route, he actually landed on island of Mozambique on March 2nd, 1498. And people, you may be knowing that Mozambique is another colony, African nation where people don't speak any native language, they speak Portuguese. Just like you have Portuguese speaking people in Brazil, because that was also a Portuguese colony, later became independent. Similar to that, Mozambique, which is in Africa, is a Portuguese speaking nation today, but it was colonized by Vasco da Gama in the year 1498 on March 2nd. Let's move to the next item. Now, this is related to Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon, as we know, was the dictator of France. After the French Revolution, he actually got hold of the power of the France nation, and he became the ruler of France. Napoleon has been known as the one of the biggest conqueror and ruler of its time. And what is so specific today is that on March 2nd, basically today, in the year 1796, he became the commander-in-chief of the French army in Italy. While they were attacking Italy, he became the commander-in-chief. So, first role of Napoleon of any prominence happened today on March 2nd in the year 1796. Alright, let's move to the next item. Now, this is related to slave trade. So, yesterday I told you about the state of Pennsylvania basically abolishing the slavery in their own state. However, today on March 2nd, the US Congress themselves declared slavery an illegal thing in the United States. So it's a very, very important incident that happened on 1807 on March 2nd, when the slave trade itself, the Congress went behind the root cause. If you stop the trade, you will actually end up adding more slaves into the country. So they actually made slave trade within the boundaries of US completely illegal. That means on March 2nd, 1807, any buying or selling of human slaves was completely abolished by the order of Congress on March 2nd in the year 1807. Very important, actually. It's basically related to the world, because slavery of all kinds is completely very bad thing, completely should not be done. So let's move to the next item. Now, this is again related to America, and this is related to the Civil War. And since we are talking about the slaves and slavery and slave trade, the America actually went on Civil War specifically on this issue itself, because there was a clear division. There was a North and South division in America, where the South had the fields and they were making a lot of money. People who were actually owning the fields were making a lot of money because they didn't have to pay any wages to the workers who were actually slaves, who were brought in from Africa without their will to work in the farmlands of the South America, mostly in the southern side of it. And when the slave trade was abolished, those people actually suffered a lot in the South, because they were actually reaping the benefit. They were living like lords and kings in the South. So because of abolishment of the slave trade itself, the country was divided and they went on war. It was a very bloody war, American Civil War, and a lot of new things happened during that. So we are not covering all of them today. But the important thing is today, on March 2nd, the South actually lost the war, and the North win the battle and re-establish the United States of America again without any slaves or any sort of injustice being done to any human alive in that country. So it's an important day where the South Confederate lost the battle to the Union, which is the North side, on March 2nd in the year 1865. Let's move to the next one. Now let's come to the modern era where the President Richard Nixon basically was indicted by the grand jury in the year 1974 on March 2nd. So some of you may not be knowing what really happened here. Richard Nixon was one of the president who was impeached, and because he refused to resign, and there were some allegations with regard to irregularities and some sort of financial manipulation, and because of that, this incident, I mean, it's a very long story, very complex situation, but the whole incident was called Watergate. And then there was a subsequent legal proceeding in that it was proven that President Richard Nixon was involved in the cover-up, which was basically he's trying to bury the scam, but the grand jury concluded that Richard Nixon was involved in the cover-up and he was impeached. This important decision was taken on March 2nd in the year 1974. All right, let's move to the next one. This is related to another president, Vladimir Putin. And this incident happened in 2014 when the nation of Russia invades Ukraine for the first time in the year 2014 on March 2nd. So why today is an important day for Russia and Ukraine? Because before the invasion, obviously somebody has to basically decide and discuss, and this decision was discussed in the parliament of Russia, where President Putin received unanimous approval to invade Ukraine, because from their point of view, from Russia's point of view, there were a lot of atrocities being done in Ukraine by the Ukrainian government on the Russian-speaking people and the Russian ethnic people who were mostly residing in the east side of Ukraine. So to basically safeguard them, in the year 2014, Russia invaded Ukraine, and there was a battle then also, just like Russia has invaded Ukraine once again last year. So it is not the first time. So basically the parliament actually put their weight behind President Putin and allowed Russia to invade Ukraine on March 2nd, 2014. All right, let's move to the next one. Now this is regarding the long non-stop flights. We know that the longest flight is between east and west mostly, because if somebody has to travel from Japan to UK or US, then it is not really the longer flight. The longest flight is probably from India to US. However, that is still not the longest flight. The longest flight is from UAE to Australia. That is the longest flight. And so there is a sort of a world record which was created on March 2nd in the year 2016, when the UAE Emirates A380 flew non-stop for 14,200 kilometers from Dubai to Auckland. And this is the longest flight, recorded longest flight, which is non-stop for 17 hours 14 minutes, longest on the face of the earth. So I think this is a good trivia, and if you want to have as a general knowledge question, you should keep this in mind. All right, let's move to the next one. Now, this is regarding the world record being created by two very popular spacefaring astronaut and cosmonaut. The astronaut is Scott Kelly, and the cosmonaut is Mikhail Korninko, because they lived for the longest period of time on board ISS, nearly a year, and this is a world record. Two spacefaring astronaut and cosmonaut living on ISS for 340 days, almost a year. So this is a world record which was established on March 2nd on 2016. So friends, these are some of the important incidents that happened today on March 2nd. If you have any suggestions, any comments, feel free to send in your comments, and I will meet you again tomorrow with this day that year for March 3rd. Until then, please take care. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to This Day That Year. Today is March 1st, and in this live stream, we will analyze some of the important historic incident that happened today on March 1st. And by the way, we are live, so you can also send in your comments and any observation that you might have. All right, let's go to the first object. First information is regarding a very popular city called Rio de Janeiro. And Rio de Janeiro is very picturesque. In fact, I have been there. It's a amazing tourist destination. Nearly 1 million tourists come into Rio de Janeiro every year, and they basically enjoy the beauty, natural beauty, and the beach of Rio. But did you know that this city was established today on March 1st in the year 1565? And this used to be the capital of Brazil until the capital was shifted to another city, and Rio de Janeiro has become a tourist destination. It's not having any government offices there, but it is a very prominent place. And if you have not visited Rio de Janeiro, you must make a bucket list and try and book your flight to Rio, especially now the pandemic is over almost. So what is the next item on our list today? The next item is related to slavery, and we know that most of the slave trade was destined into Americas. So the slaves were rounded up from different countries, from Africa mostly, from Ghana, Nigeria, those kind of places, and these slaves were taken to America to work in the field, and there were no wages given in the field, in the cotton fields of Americas, especially in the south side of United States, current day United States, and there has been a lot of hue and cry about it, especially in the north, and people didn't like humans being treated as slaves in the modern times, as way back as just 200 years back. So there were a lot of voices raised by citizens who felt very strongly against the slavery. So finally, in the United States, the Pennsylvania became the first state to abolish slavery today on March 1st in the year 1780. However, the battle was not won completely, because this change in the legislation was applicable only to the newborn. So the parents were not freed from slavery, but in Pennsylvania, if a newborn baby is born out of the slave population, they will not be called slaves. So a welcome change happened on 1st of March in 1780. Let's move to the next one. Well, next is related to the environment and conservation of our wildlife and nature. So Yellowstone is a very prominent, national park today, one of the largest in the world, and it is also sitting on a very active volcano plume, which is coming from the core of the earth. So it has a very unique flora and fauna, very different kind of landscape, and so people didn't realize that we need to protect all kinds of natural phenomena, and therefore Yellowstone was such a picturesque site in the northwest of United States that it was recognized and declared as a national park. In fact, it became the first recognized national park globally on 1st of March 1872. Remember, friends, that was a date when the first national park anywhere in the world was declared, starting with Yellowstone on 1st of March in the year 1872. Let's move to the next one. Well, this is about the Sherlock Holmes. So we know that Sherlock Holmes is the world's best detective, fictional character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. But did you know that the first novel or the first short story of Sherlock Holmes was published today in 1890, March 1st, today, and this was published, and subsequently there were several other short stories and 4 novels which were published by Arthur Conan Doyle. So important date for all the Sherlock Holmes fans. Today was the day on March 1st, 1890, where all the investigation started. All right, let's move to the next one. Now this is about Ethiopia. I am not sure what is the opinion you have about Ethiopia. Probably you must be thinking Ethiopia is a poor country where people die of hunger. But if you have not been to Ethiopia yourself, you will not know, you will never know. Ethiopia is a very rich country, and why it is not on the world map, simply because Ethiopians don't speak English. Why they don't speak English? Because they were never colonized. The British actually colonized most of Africa, and they tried very hard to colonize Ethiopia as well. But they were defeated by the Ethiopian strong army. So after the British stopped trying, Italian tried, and they were the last colonial power to try conquer Ethiopia. And in 1890, which was the battle, in a very bloody battle that Ethiopians fought with the Italian colonizing force, they defeated them and destroyed the Italian army completely, killing 2 generals and also capturing one of the general in 1896 on 1st of March. So this is an important incident because this was the last attempt by any colonizing power to colonize Ethiopia. Ethiopia remained an independent country, and till date, no one has been able to colonize or conquer Ethiopia. So that is the history. And by the way, Ethiopia is also one country which gave coffee to the world. And Ethiopian coffee is very, very popular, very famous, and in fact it's premium. So important thing is that the last attempt of the colonizing power to colonize Ethiopia, to defeat Ethiopia, was repelled by Ethiopia successfully on 1st of March 1896. Let's move to the next one. Now this is about recognizing the women power. We sometimes feel that women are very good in the household activity, but they are also very efficient at the workplace. So women can be very, very effective, and they can actually sometimes can be, in fact many times they can be better than men folks. So this is an important information that for the first time in New York State Police, Isabella Godwin was appointed as the first detective in the year 1912 on 1st of March. So this is something very interesting, that the detective is a very senior position. If you know the US Police Department. Detective is pretty senior position. So appointment of a woman in 1912, 1st of March, is very prominent, very important information. The name of the person is Isabella Godwin. She was a first woman detective in the United States, appointed as detective on 1st of March 1912. Let's move to the next one. Well, we know Bank of America. We know that Bank of America is one of the large banks and headquartered in America. But the reality is that the Bank of America was not Bank of America. It was actually a bank, a private bank started by the Italian immigrants, and they were actually so most of the Italian folks, they were keeping their money in this bank, and because they came from Italy, the name of the bank was Bank of Italy. But it was based in America. So finally, on 1st of March 1927, this bank was nationalized and then renamed later as Bank of America. So this is a little bit of history, little trivia. So the Bank of America was not always Bank of America. It was not the Americans who started it. It was the Italian immigrants who started this bank, but later nationalized and renamed on 1st of March 1927 as Bank of America. Let's move to the next one. Now, I am not sure whether you know how important is the Hoover Dam. Hoover Dam took several years to construct, and this was constructed by United States, and at that time United States, and in fact there was a big depression globally. All economies after the First World War went into recession, and economies were not doing good in any country. In fact, if you remember Charlie Chaplin, the comedian, he was actually giving out those comics movies at that time, and he was showing the so much poverty in his yet comical movies. But that was an era when there was a big depression. So in order to bring out America out of the big depression, the government started two capital projects. One was Panama Canal and other was the Hoover Dam. Hoover Dam has gave employment to so many Americans, and since a lot of people were jobless, they rushed to Nevada to basically help in construction of the Hoover Dam. And it's basically Hoover Dam is made of concrete, and there is so much concrete poured into this particular large dam that you can actually cover the entire earth with 1 meter thick concrete slab. So you can imagine the amount of concrete which is used in constructing this huge dam. So when you look at this picture, it doesn't look much, but it's really very big. You can just make out that how big is this dam just by comparing the size of the car which are parked on the road on this particular dam. So some people say that the Hoover Dam will take nearly 500 years to completely dry. So it is still drying. However, on 1st of March 1936, the dam was completely completed. And initially it was known as the Boulder Dam because, of course, it is a big boulder made of concrete. However, on 1st of March, it was renamed as Hoover Dam in the year 1936. So these are some of the important historic events that happened today on 1st of March. I hope you liked the trivia which is offered today. And, if you have any suggestions, comments, kindly feel free to send in your comments. And as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again tomorrow with more this day, that year. Until then, please take care. Bye bye for today. Welcome to this edition of This Day That Year. Today is February 28th. So let us find out what is so important that happened today in our history. So before I start my live show, I am informing you that if you have any suggestions, any comments, feel free to use the chat function and you can actually convey your message directly to me. So let's move on to the first subject, which is related to Charles Darwin. So today on February 28th, in the year 1832, Charles Darwin on board HMS Beagle landed in El Salvador. It was the Brazilian state at that point in time in Brazil, today's Brazil. And today El Salvador is a independent nation, but Charles Darwin actually landed in the mainland Americas, which is South America today, in order to basically make a study of his revolutionary idea of basically the evolution, theory of evolution. And today this is all started because he landed on the shores of the South America, where he carried out most of his study. So this is something which is for us to remember, that February 28th could be an important day for most of the people who follows Charles Darwin and also their theory of evolution. All right, let's move to the next incident. The next one is related to Hitler. And, this is something very strange. Hitler and his party rose to power by a democratic mean. I mean, the Nazi party is actually short for Nationalist Socialist Party of Germany. In short, Nazi. And they rose to power after an election. They actually had a landslide victory. And but in Germany, the political system was slightly different than what they had today. They used to have a sort of a president who was the elected member will report to the president, and the president will then report to the monarch. So believe it or not, in Germany there was a monarch also. They are nowhere to be found today, but in their political system they used to have this kind of a process. And at the time in 1933, the president was the very popular Hindenburg, because Hindenburg was the hero of the First World War for Germany, and he was a president. And in 1933, their parliament, Reichstag building, was completely gutted by fire, and the blame was given on the Communist Party of Germany, which Hitler did not like at all. And then Hitler proposed that in order to control the communism, because communism was not very good for them from their point of view, so they actually proposed today on February 28th, this new legislations were passed which hindered the civil liberties in Germany in the year 1933. So this was a starting point. We think about Germany, the war, the Hitler rise to power from 1939 or 1940. But really, this incident of burning down of their parliament, and then subsequently Hitler proposing and then getting approval from the president to restrict the civil liberties, really started on February 28 in the year 1933. A dark day for us. Let us move on to the next one. Well, we use nylon in everyday, not only in our clothes, but also in ropes and lot of other household items today. And nylon is a wonder material. It is artificial, definitely, and but it has a huge tensile strength, and it is easy to manufacture, easy to supply, easy to store, and you can further destroy it also if you don't want. You can burn it. So nylon is a wonder material. It can be used for making clothes, and also it can be used for making very strong ropes, etc. It can be used in making these solid parts using resin. But today is an important day when the nylon was invented in the year 1935, and the whole nylon fever started on February 28th, 1935. Since then, the use of nylon has been increasing. It has not reduced. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, we know that the communism is a very big thing in China. The Maoist led the communism in China, and they were actually Communist Party of China, and there were many prominent leaders of the Communist Party of China. The Mao, who led the mainland China. Today we know China as a country. Mao led that, and then got the independence. However, there was another very tall leader in the Communist Party. His name was Chiang Kai-shek. Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek. These are the two leaders. But after they got the independence from British, they did not got along very well, and then divided. And both were very tall leaders. Mao was also a tall leader, and Chiang Kai-shek was also a tall leader. And before they got the independence, the division, the cracks started appearing in the Communist Party. And what happened is that the Chiang Kai-shek actually reached Taiwan and declared Taiwan as the main China, because from the sovereign point of view, they said that we are the real Chinese people, and the people who are ruling in the mainland are not the real Chinese people. So this divide has continued since then, even before the China got independence. And they actually got independence in 1948. However, on February 28th, in the year 1947, there was an anti-government uprising in Taiwan, which was very brutally crushed by Chiang Kai-shek. And people don't know how many people died in this action by the government. Some estimate says that anything between 18,000 to 28,000 people might have been killed by the government agencies, which were led by Chiang Kai-shek. And this movement, or this crushing of this rebellion in Taiwan, is known as White Terror, which happened on February 28th in the year 1947. This is 1 year before China got independence from British. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, we know the DNA is the basic building block of all life forms, especially on Earth. And based on the study of the DNA of different life forms, we can determine what kind of species they are, how the evolution has happened, because DNA as a molecule can store a lot of information about the evolution pattern itself. So by studying the DNA, we can also go back in history and find out how different animals or insects or in different species are interlinked together. Probably they came from one single source. So all this study has happened because of the DNA. But this was a surprise find, and it was not known that how life has evolved. So the DNA was, for the very first time, was refined and identified in the year 1953, today on February 20th. Very important day, especially for biology. And such trivia, people don't even know that when was the DNA identified. It was not known forever. It was identified on February 28th in the year 1953. All right, let's move to the next one. Like me, I'm sure you are a fan of Michael Jackson and his music. Michael Jackson, rose to global popularity because of his Beat It single, which got a lot of Grammy awards. So I want to tell you that today, February 28th, the Michael Jackson Beat It got 8 Grammy awards, propelling Michael Jackson to the global fame that we know him as today. So 1984, February 28th, where he wins 8 Grammy awards for his single Beat It. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, I actually made a video on the brain chip last week. If you want to know more details about brain chip, you can go and watch that video. But on February 28th, which is today, in the year 2013, the two mouse brain were interconnected using brain chip. and they started sharing their thoughts wirelessly. So the brain chip was installed into mouse brain, and then without talking to each other, they could share their thoughts just by using the technology. This feat was achieved on February 28th, 2013. Very important. I think the brain chip technology is going to take even humans a long way in future. We will all be roaming around with brain chips, with all kinds of various technologies being implemented in our body. We will start living longer, and we will probably be much more powerful than what we are today, and we will have everlasting knowledge, because we will be connected with internet, where we can actually share things, store our ideas, retrieve our ideas, etc., etc. So who knows what is there, how the brain chip technology and AI will shape our future. But this is all for today, and I've covered some of the important happenings, event which happened on February 28th. So friends, I will join you tomorrow again at 3 p.m. and I will bring more information about the events which happened on March the 1st. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to this live stream, and the name of the program is This Day That Year, and today is February 27th. So let us find out what is so important that has happened today in our history. So the first item that we have on the list is related to women's magazine. You know, women like to read their women magazine a lot. I mean, I'm not saying that women don't read any other publications, but I think the women magazines are sold a lot because the consumer of the women market is only women. The women magazine market is only women, and while other publications are consumed by men as well as women, but there are very few men who like to read the publications which are mentioned in the women magazine. But did you know that all this started in the year 1693, when the first women magazine known as Ladies Mercury was published in England, London. So, you know, some smart guy realized that, you know, if we publish a women magazine very, very specific concerning the women issues, related to specifically only to women issues, then it will be a very good business proposition. And hence, in the year 1693, the first women magazine was published in the world. You know, imagine this, on February 27, 1693. All right, let's move to the next historic incident. Now, this is related to the great Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was sort of a visionary, and we know that he was a very, very popular national hero for United States, and he was also assassinated for removing the slavery completely from their country. So there was a civil war. So he led the civil war, and he became victorious. After that, he was assassinated. So I think a very important person, and you know, he basically was from a very humble background, but he studied hard and he campaigned hard in order to become the president. So in the year 1860, on February 27th, he gave his remarkable speech in the New York City at the Cooper Union. And this speech was basically amazing speech which moved the masses. And because of this speech, this one speech at Cooper's Union in the New York State, basically created the entire background of Abraham Lincoln becoming the president of United States of America. So, you know, the words are so strong, they can cut through your heart, just like any weapon, but then they don't even kill you. They in fact change you. And this is exactly what this speech did with the common American citizens, and propelling Abraham Lincoln, coming from humble background, not an aristocrat, becoming the president of United States. So important day, especially February 27th, important day for us. Let's move to the next item. The next item is about the artificial sweetener. When we get some sort of medical condition like diabetes or anything which is related to eating too many sweets, too many cakes, pastries, and if you have a sweet tooth, then this could be a problem for a person especially if they are showing signs of chronic ailments like diabetes. So one of the issue that you can solve this is that have sweetness in your food, but don't take sugar. And this was invented, this artificial sweetener, which is not sugar, was invented by a Russian chemist. His name was Konstantin Fallberg, and he made the discovery in 1879, announced to the world on February 27th, which is today. So imagine such a great invention for diabetic people. They can avoid sugar, still enjoy their favorite dessert, because now there is an artificial sweetener which can actually sweeten their dessert. So they did not there is no need for people to sacrifice their sweet tooth, all because of the chemist Konstantin Fallberg from Russia in the year 1879. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, in the year 1933, after the Nazis became the official, Nazi basically stands for the National Socialist Party of Germany, and they were actually in the parliament, and they got elected to the parliament, and they were not dictator, actually they were chosen by the people to come to the parliament and basically create the law and order and also take the Germany ahead. So this parliament in the year 1933, which is known as Reichstag building, was completely gutted, completely burned in a fire, which supposedly or allegedly people say that it was set up by Nazis themselves. But Nazis actually caught hold of a communist, because Nazis were against communism. The whole idea of even though communism was started by Karl Marx, who was a German, but Nazi didn't like communism. So they caught hold of a communist leader who was actually a Dutch communist leader, Marinus van der Lubbe, and because he tried to carry out act of sabotage against the country, supposedly or allegedly, this person was executed on the charge of setting the parliament building or the Reichstag of the Nazi regime completely gutted to this fire. Now, this incident happened, this incident of the destruction of the Nazi parliament happened on February 27, 1933. So important day. We must remember that certain things can be done for the right or for the wrong. We don't know, but this is an important incident that happened today. Moving on to the next one. Well, we know that light is a part of electromagnetic radiation. I mean, many of us would know this, that light is a part of the light that we see today is part of electromagnetic radiation. But electromagnetic radiation is not the only thing. Light is not the only thing which is part of the electromagnetic radiation. The entire electromagnetic radiation starts from gamma ray, which is the most energetic on one side, and it ends in radio wave, which are the weakest. And therefore, every object in the universe emit these weak rays. It's just that the human eye is not able to see radio waves, just like we see visible light, because we have the eyes which are genetically engineered to see only visible light or certain spectrum of this electromagnetic radiation. So even radio waves are part of this same spectrum. And there was not too much knowledge about the electromagnetic nature of the light, even though there were a lot of speculation. Scientists were saying that, hey, this is one and the same thing. But then finally this was discovered by J.S. Hay in the year 1942, where he identified that even sun is emitting radio waves as part of the emission which is coming from sun. So sun, as we know, that it emits the visible light, it also emits gamma ray, very highly energetic photons which we cannot see, but if we see them we probably get blinded because they are so energetic. But sun also produce radio waves, and you can tune your radio tuner to listen to the sound which is coming from sun. So this is something which is amazing, and which this discovery was announced to the world today on February 27th in the year 1942. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, we know that cloning is a very serious science. In the fiction movies, we have seen that sometimes the bad guys keep cloning themselves, even the good guys, and they tend to live forever because if the old body dies, no problem, they can transfer all their memories and all their brain memories and everything, data from the brain from the previous body to the new one, and the new body is actually clone of the previous one. So voila, so the old body dies but you live, and you then take on from that point onward. So cloning is a very serious science. It can be done, although since the testing and any human genetic variation is not allowed by the United Nations Convention, so there is no cloning of humans allowed. Otherwise you can make copies of yourself and so on and so forth. Although there is no ban on cloning of animals. In fact, the cloning of animals are done regularly, but we never knew that a person, a famous celebrity, Barbara Streisand, she actually cloned her dog twice, not once, but twice. But you know that if the dog is in our family, we fall in love with dog, treat the dog, treat dogs so well that they are more than the family members. So if unfortunately dogs don't live just like human lives, they die, and giving a lot of grief to the people who are basically parenting dogs. And so I can understand, Barbara Streisand cloning her dog twice. That means you don't want to lose that memory of loving your furry children. But this is something which is amazing, where she announced that she actually got her dog cloned twice. This is amazing. I think this has given an idea that probably we should find out what it costs to clone your pet, your dog, because if it has been done once, it could be done again also. All right, let's move to the next one. Now we know that there has been a lot of tension between India and Pakistan. Way back in 2019, there were skirmishes, and the Indian side decided to form the terrorist camps inside the Pakistan territory because there was a huge issue, there was huge escalation, and Indians decided to take the matter in their own hand. And after that, after this particular strike at Balakot, the Pakistani Air Force, which is quite powerful, they decided to invade India. And then there was retaliation, and in that retaliation, the squadron leader Abhinandan, he was flying an old, outdated, 1950s, 1960s, MiG-21 Indian variant, which has been retrofitted. But even though it is an old aircraft as compared to F-16, because most of the Air Force of Pakistan Air Force comprise of F-16, which has been given to them by the United States during their heydays of relationship. So F-16 is a pretty advanced generation 4 fighter. It has a lot of different gadgets in it. But today, on February 27th in the year 2019, squadron leader Abhinandan shot down an F-16 from his outdated MiG-21 Bison, which is an Indian variant. But this is remarkable. You could, from a generation 1 or 2 old aircraft, MiG-21 aircraft, you can actually shoot down generation 4 fighter planes. So this was something which is amazing, and this was something remarkable, and this shows that the tech does not play a lot of role in a warfare or any escalation. It is basically the person who's sitting in the cockpit, and this has happened, and squadron leader Abhinandan became a war hero immediately on that day itself, and kind of things. His story is well known, but important thing is, historically, this is an incident which happened today, and this is the incident which happened on February 27, 2019. So friends, I've come to the end of my program, and I will meet you with interesting historic facts tomorrow again at 4:30. Until then, bye bye for today.
Hello, welcome to Akulmach, and in our show Historical Reflection, I'm joined by Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a prominent historian. But today we will be discussing about the history of pandemic. As you know, we are actually facing a lot of problems due to this pandemic and outbreaks. So let's discuss the history of pandemics and outbreaks. So without any waste of moment, let's welcome Mrs. Meeta Joshi.
Hello, good morning, madam. How are you doing today? And before we go forward, I would like to wish you Happy New Year 2023. So what are the plans you are making for the Happy New Year?
Namaskar, Kanchan. No plans. We should take life as it comes.
Okay.
Because resolutions are made to be broken.
Right. You are absolutely right. And as you know, we will be discussing a crucial topic today, because there are news that as there will be lockdown and there's a pandemic which is approaching, and the China is already suffering. So I would like to know this pandemic and epidemic. We have a history of it, and humans have not learned. That is also one crucial point when we are dealing with pandemic. So let's discuss about this. What is the in antiquity, how this started and what was the effect? So all this I would like to discuss today, and I would like our viewers to really know about this history of pandemic and how all the people, human race has come out as a victorious to this kind of pandemic.
See, Kanchan, pandemics, endemics, and outbreaks are not new to the mankind. Since the records we have, like from very ancient times, we get to know from historical records that there were pandemics and endemics time and again. So if you go back to 2000 to 2200 BC, the first pandemic was recorded in China, and in that, the person who was suffering, they used to lock the person in a room and left that person to die. It's because it was contagious. So after that, if you see, from 541 AD, we get a chronological record of pandemics. So let's first understand that why there are these outbreaks or endemics or pandemics which have happened in human history. See, if you see the primitive man, he was a hunter and a gatherer. When a very like prehistoric age I'm talking about. So he had no house to live and he had no clothes to wear, and he hunted the animals or he gathered the like wild fruits and ate. And then slowly, when this fear was there of wild animals, so he started hiding in some caves. And as the time progressed, they started living in groups. Okay. And when they started living in groups, they started making some small huts of thatched this shoots or dried barks of trees, and they made huts and they lived. That's how the concept of society started. And when the primitive man, he moved from a hunter-gatherer position to an agrarian society in which he started growing his own food. And in that process, he started domesticating animals too. So if you see all the endemics and pandemics, they originate from a zoonotic pathogen. Zoonotic pathogen means it originates from some of the animals. For example, from 541 to 543 in Egypt, there was this Justinian plague which broke out. And that broke out because of the fleas which were in the rodents, the rats. Okay? And because that time the man started, growing his own food and started domesticating the animals. And it is very natural that when he started, growing, he started some trade and commerce also. And in this process of trade and commerce, when exchange of goods happened and people went from one place to another, there were more chances to get an infection. Okay, so the record which we have chronologically is from 541 AD when Justinian plague broke out in Egypt, and it lasted till 543 AD. And there were 3 cycles of this Justinian plague. It was not like that in one go it was over. It came back again and again. After that, if you see, after Egypt, there was a Black Death, which was from 1347 AD, okay, in Europe, in which many people, they died. Again, the infection was from fleas associated with 2 wild rodents, rats. And after this Black Death, if we see the record, it is 1817 to 1824, first cholera pandemic. So it is, these pandemics and endemics are not new to human civilization. Every 100 years, if you see history, every 100 years there was a pandemic or an epidemic. So when it was reoccurring again and again, why the human race has not done anything to get over it,
Right.
or control it?
Right.
The answer is that we have not learned from the past.
Mm-hmm.
That is the main reason.
Okay.
Now, if you see the very recent one, which broke out in 2019, this COVID pandemic or SARS virus, why it actually originated, the scientists, they say that maybe it originated from bats.
Mm.
So why it is coming again and again? Number one, we are exploiting the nature to the maximum. And when we say that this place, the land we live is our mother, and we are not, uh, showing any mercy towards it, because what happened if you go back to like 1919 and 1920, there was one Spanish flu in Europe, and after that, like so many, like cholera, plague. That was not one or not two. There were many pandemics which came and went. So if you see this COVID-19, which broke out in 2019, we were wearing a PPE kit. We were covered with plastic, like doctors and nurses, poor things. They were covered for almost 24 hours because they have to treat so many patients. And once you go for a nature's call, again you have to wear a new PPE kit. So what the nature is trying to teach you, if you will spoil the nature with lot of plastics and all these materials, polythene and all, then see what we do, it comes back to us. So the man was covered with plastic totally. You are covering your nose with the mask because the scientists, they said that it is contagious. With your sputum or your mucus, it can spread. And it had, when in 1919 and 1920, the Spanish flu broke out, which was an influenza type of disease. That time also, if we see the old pictures, people in Europe were wearing masks made of paper, because the modern masks which we have now, this was not. So they were covering their noses with a thread, on their ears. So that time also, these things were there; they existed. But the thing is, after so many things, why the human race is not understanding the seriousness of it? Because when I told you about the Justinian plague, which broke out in Egypt in 541 AD, 100 million people died in that time period. It is a huge number. Same way, after every 100 years in Earth, there is either one pandemic or endemic or an outbreak. Recently, I will tell you, I will not go to very ancient times. If you see, in 1968 to 1970, we had one flu known as Hong Kong flu. Okay, and this Hong Kong flu was, again, the origin was from birds. The influenza was from birds. Then after Hong Kong flu, if you see, we had this severe acute respiratory syndrome, which is this only, SARS. This is SARS-2. That time it was only severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. Okay, in 2002 to 2003. And this, again, they said that it originated from bats. Again, avian, okay, birds. After that, you had this very deadly swine flu, 2009 to 2010. Okay, then you had this Ebola virus, you had yellow fever, you had AIDS. Till now, there is no medication for it. Till now, 2000, we are just stepping in 2023 after maybe some hours, few hours. So why the human civilization has not taken a lesson out of it? We are still polluting the nature very badly. Only when many people, when there was this situation of lockdown, that time only we were like little disciplined. Once like people came to know the door, it is gone. Nobody is taking any precautions. No sanitizers, no masks, no social distancing. So again, now in China, we are hearing that many deaths are happening, and it might affect India also, because I read in newspaper that maybe from 10th January or so, and India undergoes a lockdown.
Okay, the thing is that, as you said, as you mentioned, that there are two, 3 points which you mentioned. First is that human don't learn about our these pandemic. They don't take care. That is one. Second is after 100 years we have these kind of outbreaks. So, do you really feel that this is kind of a cycle of a pandemic? Because if you notice that before Renaissance there was Bohemian plague, and in that Bohemian plague only certain type of DNA is being affected, and the survival of those people who survived the Bohemian plague, they came out as a strong race, human race as well as animal race. So, really, do you feel this is kind of a natural phenomena which keeps on happening on Earth to give you message or to make you more strong?
It is not about making us more strong, Kanchan. It is because nature knows how to balance. When the population is like rising like anything, so these pandemics and endemics, they come to wipe out the numbers. So it is, and yes, because the gene mutates, human gene also mutates. If you in genetics, they study about that, the human gene, the human DNA, and human RNA. So definitely, with the effect of these diseases, there are some major changes in human body. It might make you stronger, it might make you weaker also, depends. Because when in 2019 this COVID-19 has hit the entire globe, that time they launched a vaccine. But how far that vaccine was effective? It was just preventing the disease, and or maybe the effect was getting little less. It was not eradicating the disease totally. So it depends.
Yeah, there are many outbreaks as a smallpox, where there's a leprosy, which is also been, we have undergone these kind of experiences, especially health related issues for human race as well as for animal race. And this is being taught to us even by the inscriptions, by the practices, that we have to coexist. The animal life and the human life, they have to coexist. But the thing is, yeah, but the thing is that we don't really take care, we don't understand, we don't have that kind of education which is being given in the school, that how to really take care, how to coexist with the nature. So I think this is one point which is quite profound. What is your opinion that government and the elders of the society should work upon this point?
Yeah, it's very true that we have to, as you said, that it has a profound effect, which is very true. Okay, and because these endemics and pandemics, they are not only making you disciplined in a way, they are also trying to tell you that this planet, there are like millions and millions of organisms and different living beings who exist. So as you said, that we have to coexist, but human being has this superiority thing, that he owns the planet. Okay, And that's why maybe the Mother Nature wants to give us a message that not only you, there are many people or many living organisms which are the habitants of this planet Earth. Maybe, maybe it is giving a message, you know, to us.
Yeah, fine. So actually, we would like to end this discussion with one point that people should have more concern about the mother nature, and they should understand that they should not act selfishly, but maybe as it is Kutumbakam is the policy, is the thought process, and we should act on that. And I think any type of disease is harmful, and we should believe in good health and good diet plans and good living. That is what is required. So, any last thoughts you have or message in 1 or 2 lines?
See, what message probably can be given is that we have to become little considerate and compassionate towards the other living beings also.
हाँ, so I think there's some, मैं इसको कट कर लूंगी एंड मैं क्लोजिंग कर लूंगी उसके साथ.
We had a discussion regarding the history of pandemics and outbreak and how humans have come out as a winner after experiencing these diseases. I look forward for your comments. In case if you want to add more information, you are most welcome. I'll be meeting you again in our next episode with a profound discussion with Mrs. Meeta Joshi. Till then, be happy, keep smiling, and please take care of your health. Well, bye-bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to the Historic Reflections. And, today we have a very interesting subject to discuss. And why it is interesting? Because it is related to the depth on the land, on the surface of the earth. And you would ask why this is covered as part of Historic Reflection. Simply because, we have finally identified the deepest place on the land, on the surface of the earth, and what are the implications of being the deepest location on the land, not on the ocean, and how the geology and how the different aspects on the earth changes the or affect the life around these deeper points, we will actually understand in today's program in the historic reflection. But first, the deepest point on the land on earth was declared today on December 12th in the year 2019. And this is a remarkable discovery because mankind has been around for several millennia, but nobody bothered to basically calculate the deepest point on the surface of the earth. Now the deepest point that was declared on December 12th, which is today in the year 2019, is located in Antarctica, and it is basically at the bottom of Danman Glacier. And believe it or not, this is the deepest point, which is the surface of the Danman Glacier, is 3.5 kilometers below the sea level. Astonishing, it is so deep, 3.5 kilometers below the sea level. So we will come to this discovery, but let us understand what are the other deep locations across the world and how it helps shape the geological environment in that area. So first is the deepest point in India, and India is a very diverse country, as you know, and it has mountains, world highest mountain, it has huge lakes, and it also has huge river systems, and a lot of fertile land, of course, a lot of people. So the deepest point in this country is located in a state of Kerala, which is in the south of India, and it is known as Kutand. The area is called Kutand. It is only 2.2 meters below sea level, and because it is below sea level, that means water will rush in from ocean to inland in this area. So that is why this area is very, very famous for backwaters, because what happens is when the seawater rushes in, and by the way, Kerala is a coastal state, and it is in the southmost part of India with the coastline connecting the Arabian Sea, which is part of the Indian Ocean. So the algae-rich water of Indian Ocean rushes inside into the mainland, and since this is 2.2 meters below sea level, it mixes with the water, which is the river water, fresh water, and it creates a very unique blend of salt water, fresh water mix. The salinity of that water is slightly lower than the ocean water, and it is also higher than the fresh water. Of course, fresh water doesn't have any salt, so this less salty character of the water creates a totally different kind of fauna and flora, and that is why Kerala is lush green, and it has certain species found only in the backwater areas which are not found anywhere else in the world. And the backwater also create these permanent ponds filled with a lot of fishes and all different kind of characters, different kind of animal species in these backwaters. And the reason for this backwater to exist, because this area is 2.2 meters below the sea level, so the water will not rush in as if it is coming like a flood, but still it will intermingle with the fresh water which is coming from various lakes and rivers towards the ocean, and the ocean will rush in because the depth of the land is 2.2 below the sea level. Okay, let's move to other interesting areas, because this Bhutan is located in a very tropical environment. A lot of rains, monsoons, etc. happens. So there is no dearth of water. The water is coming from ocean. There is a lot of rain which is falling on the land, and so it is a very lush green area. What about other places on the surface of the earth which are below sea level? Well, let's move to the next one, which is in Australia, and this is called Lake Erie in Australia. It is in the northwestmost part of Australia, and because of this, as you can see, this is below the sea level, 15 meters below sea level, and it has some bit of extra salt. There is no intermingling of fresh water happening. So because of that, this Lake Erie is very large structure, and it has excess salt in it, and because of that, this land is absolutely barren. Not even a single blade of grass grows in this area, And even though this is deeper than what we have actually discussed a moment back about Indian deepest location, but this is in Australia, and because of the the land surface below the sea level, the water rushes in, but it cannot go out. So the constituency of the water is very similar to the ocean water, but it is landlocked. So it is lake, but it is a salt lake, and because of that there are hardly any, only very specific type of bacteria can survive in Lake Erie. All right, so let's move to the next interesting point on the surface of the earth. Well, this is in the Americas. This is the deepest point in the entire Americas, which is including north as well as south, and this is located in the Death Valley area in California. And the deepest location in the Americas, in the entire America, is called Badwater Basin. Well, as the name suggests, bad water, whereas the water is not there. It essentially has very high amount of salt, and this is the deepest location in the entire America. It is 85.5 meters below the sea level. So and it's quite high up in the mountain, so there is no connection between the ocean and the Badwater Basin, but it has the Badwater Basin was actually millions of years back was actually covered in water. It had a lot of sea water in it, but because of the geological movement, the entire Grand Canyon and this area has risen up in the sky, so it's quite cold there, yet and the water has evaporated and leaving behind the salt. So the Death Valley has a lot of salt, and there are a lot of instructions given if you are basically roaming around in that area, that you should not be going very far away from your vehicle, because it people have seen and there are experience that if you move too much away from habitation, then within 2 hours you may die because of dehydration. And the thing is that because there is a lot of salt, the salt basically remove the water from your body, even you without realizing it. So this is a very crazy area. It is very high up in the mountains, yet it is 85.5 meters below sea level, and because of that it is one of the worst area for humans to visit. This area in America is called Badwater Basin. All right, let's move to the next one. Now this is in Africa. Well, I have taken the deepest point in every continent. This is in Africa, and this is called Lake Assel, and it's actually a crater lake. The crater could have been created by the asteroid which had fallen zillions of years back on the surface of the earth. It's a huge lake, and it is astonishingly 155 meters below sea level, quite inland, and it's quite far from the ocean. So there is no connection between the lake and the ocean, but it has lot of salinity because it is below the below the sea level. So most of the water has nowhere to go. Unlike if you have lakes and rivers at the sea level, then the water will keep filtering into ocean, then it get replenished because of the rain system. But since Lake Assel is in Djibouti in Africa, northern Africa, it is actually in Sahara, in the desert area, and there is hardly any rain, and it's huge lake. And because the water has nowhere to go, it cannot filter the salt, so it's very salty. And as you can see in this picture, there are hardly any vegetation. First of all, the heat is also there, and the water is quite salty, and it is 155 meters below sea level. All right, is there anything lower than this? Of course, the lowest point is the Dead Sea, which is in on the border of Israel and Palestine. Dead Sea is the deepest point on the surface of the earth until we found the Antarctica deep point. Now Dead Sea is, as the name suggests, it's a huge lake, very high amount of salt concentration, and 298 meters below sea level. Well, the best part of Dead Sea is that when you have excess salt in the water, the buoyancy of the body actually increases. If you remember the Archimedes principle, the water has less salt, your body is less buoyant, and the chances are that you may go down into the water. But in Dead Sea, the important thing is that you will never sink into the water. So people actually sit as if they're sitting on a chair without fear of sinking in this place. So this is so unique. And yet the properties of Dead Sea is similar to similar bodies that we have discussed in Africa and Australia. It's very, very salty. It's probably among the highest salt concentration anywhere in any freshwater lake. And this is saltwater lake. Nothing grows around the Dead Sea, and very little amount of wildlife exists in this area. So the side effect so far we have seen is that if the land is below the sea level, over time it will accumulate water, and water becomes very salty. And these deeper points, unlike the Indian deepest point, which is very close to the ocean, so it intermingles with the ocean water, and there is little bit of filtration of salt that happens. But otherwise, in these areas, the lake or the water body accumulates a lot of salt and becomes very salty. So let's go back to the announcement made in 2019, which on December 12th, about the 3.5 kilometers below the sea level in Antarctica, the deepest point on the surface of the earth, under the glacier, which is Tasman Glacier. And you can imagine that the thickness of the ice sheet itself will be more than 3.5 kilometers in this area, at least 4 to 5 kilometers, the thickness of the glacier ice sheet. So what are the peculiar habitat it would create at that depth? Because elsewhere on the earth, we have seen that it creates a non-life worthy environment, very salty. So in this area in Antarctica, which is the deepest point, and it's quite deep, compared to few meters deep of Dead Sea to astonishingly 3.5 kilometers below the sea level. So I think this offers scientists a great opportunity to study and identify what are the peculiar flora and fauna that might exist at that depth. And also, that when the excess pressure of the ice basically increase the pressure, will also increase the temperature, and because of that there might be a situation that at that depth there could be liquid water, warm water. So it would be interesting to see that what kind of flora and fauna exist in the total darkness below the ice, 3.5 kilometers below the sea level, in the water under this ice sheet. So I think this is something which is quite interesting. And finally, using different techniques, radar techniques, we were able to identify the deepest point on Earth on December 12th in the year 2019. So if you are astonished by this announcement or this discovery, and if you have any questions, feel free to write in. And if you have further knowledge about the subject, I will be more than eager to hear your suggestions and comments. So as always, friends, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next edition of Historic Reflections. Bye-bye.
Welcome to our show Historical Reflection, and today in this show we will be discussing about an enlightened despot, a very powerful monarch of India, and she was the ruler of Kashmir, and her name is Queen Didda. To discuss her profile, we would like to invite the prominent historian Mrs. Meeta Joshi. So without wasting any further moment, let's welcome Meeta Joshi ji and just discuss about this great Queen of India, Didda.
Welcome, Meeta ji. How are you doing today? And I'm sure that today we are discussing a very interesting profile. So first of all, let's begin. How are you and how life is treating you?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine, and I hope you are also fine and everything is good with you.
Yes, I'm fine. And actually, I look forward on Saturdays to hear the historical reflection from you, and it's always wonderful. So today, which prominent personality of Indian history we are discussing?
Today, I will be speaking about Didda. She was a queen of Kashmir.
Wow, very wonderful, because I've also recently seen a documentary on her, and it actually really impressed me, because I heard she is being termed as Catherine of Kashmir, which is compared to the Catherine of Russia. So please tell us more about this beautiful profile.
Okay, Kanchan. Didda is one forgotten queen of Kashmir, which can be termed as a warrior queen, because she had many, challenges to face in her lifetime, but she sailed through them very, very successfully. And why she is compared with Catherine of Russia? Because of her ruthlessness. Because Catherine the Great of Russia was a ruthless monarch. So same way, Didda also, we can say that she became ruthless at one point of time, and there were reasons for it. First of all, if we see the story of Didda, like her time period, if we see, it is from 924 CE to 1003 CE. And she came into rule around 980 CE, and she ruled till 1003 CE, when she was 79 years of age. She was on the throne till she died. So if we see her background, she belonged to the Lohara dynasty, and by birth, but after marriage, when she married King Shem Gupta, then she came to Utpala dynasty. And initially they had a good life, but when Shem Gupta passed away, so her own prime minister, he literally forced her to get sati with her dead husband. So she somehow escaped it, and that time her son Abhimanyu too was very small. So because patriarchy has always prevailed in India, so after Shem Gupta's death, when Abhimanyu too was crowned as the king of Kashmir, then she acted as a regent to her son. Okay, so we can say that she was on the background managing everything. And from childhood, she had a very tough life, because whatever information is available about her, Kalhana has written in his book Raj Tarangini. And one more book I came across, that is written by Ashish Kaur. It is Didda, the Warrior Queen of Kashmir, and in which he has given all the historical facts. So he says, Ashish Kaur, when he writes about her, that she was abandoned by her parents because she was disabled. Okay. Then somehow she married Shem Gupta, and then Shem Gupta passed away. Then she was forced to perform sati because of by her own prime minister. She escaped that. So when she had all these things happening in her life, then she decided that kindness and being simple won't work. So she has to like be little tough, and then she like started dealing with the ministers in a very different way. So after the death of Shem Gupta, her first agenda or task was to get rid of the troublesome ministers and nobles who were like trying to capture the administration of Kashmir. And she did it very ruthlessly. At one point of time, she like executed these ministers and even their families too, like heartlessly, because she was wounded emotionally somewhere. So as a revenge, she even executed or killed their families. And after doing this, then because Kashmir was always talked about state of India from many years because of this conflict which we have with Pakistan, our country has with Pakistan. That time it was a completely Hindu kingdom because Didda, she belonged to Hinduism. And one more king, if we, I think we already recorded about him, King Lalitaditya of Kashmir. So they all were Hindu kings, okay, and they were known for their rule. Lalitaditya especially because he expanded his empire outside India also. But when we talk about Didda, she was in Kashmir managing the administration, managing the boundaries, and in 973 CE, she like disposed of Nandi Gupta, and then she did the same to Tribhuvan Gupta, his younger brother, in 975 CE. So just imagine to be on the throne and to be on power for almost 44 years. Like how many people she killed? Because that's why she is compared with this Catherine the Great of Russia, and she is known as Catherine of Kashmir only because of her ruthlessness.
But I also have, I think, if you just correct me if I'm wrong, that she managed the whole kingdom the kingdom under her was quite powerful, and people were happy in the sense that they had the security of her rule. And that is why I've also heard that Muhammad Ghazni, who attacked later, was not, he didn't attack from Kashmir, because once upon a time he fought a war with Didda and he got defeated, and it took Muhammad Ghazni at least 10 years to really attack again, and that too after the death of Didda.
Yes.
Is it true?
Yes, Mahmud Ghazni did attack Kashmir, but after the death of Didda in 1013.
Great.
Okay, she passed away in 1003. So and he invaded Kashmir twice, Mahmud Ghazni. So he didn't dare to come in the time period of Didda, though he started his Indian invasions from 1000 to 1017 AD.
Yeah, but first I think he was defeated by Didda. In first and before, 10 years. It's a time period of 10 years. That's
10
what
years, yes. After her death, again he tried to invade Kashmir, and he was successful.
Yeah.
And he did it twice. She was absolutely a powerful monarch, Kanchan, because the historians, they have always commented about her that because of her, bold and very powerful personality, she was able to sail through all the challenges which she faced in her life. So that all historians, especially Steen, he particularly writes about her. And in the book written by Kalhana, which is known as Raj Tarangini. In that also we find the mention of Didda. Kashmir has a very beautiful history, Kanchan, because if we see in spirituality also, we had a mystic known as Lal Ded in Kashmir, again a woman who belonged to the Shaivite sect. So Kashmir that way has a very enriching history. But Didda is one of the few women rulers of India, the other being Razia Sultana of slave dynasty or Mamluk dynasty. Okay, and if we see in the Mughal Empire, Noor Jahan, Noor Jahan was just managing the things on behalf of Jahangir. He was not on the throne. But Didda and Razia Sultana were actually on throne. Razia Sultana for a period of 4 years, from 1236 to 1240 AD, and Didda like from 958 till 1003. So, which is a long time period.
Yeah,
Very
so
long time.
40 to 44 years, I guess.
Yes.
So now the question is arising because a very powerful monarch who is really ruling one very prominent state of India, but it is not there in our history books about Didda. And I think, what is your opinion on this? Because she is definitely a very powerful monarch when we look into her profile. And a part of this, she is a woman and she ruled more than 40 years, and that gave her a more kind of weightage to be studied and to people should know about and this enrich history and feel proud. So what could be the reason for this?
Indian history has suffered because after the British rule, which ended for almost 150 to 200 odd years. So that time Indian history were written by Western authors. Okay, and obviously they would write everything ill about India. Very few historians, they wrote about India in a good way. And then the course or syllabus of history had always suffered because of the different political parties who come to rule. Like somebody, they include a chapter, some people delete a chapter. So that's why the real history is unknown to the students, history students at intermediate level. When you come to degree level, then you can always explore, and because the syllabus is like this, that you learn a lot about ancient, medieval and modern Indian history. But when it comes to history of Kashmir, I think maybe I don't have any idea that whether Jammu University and the universities which are situated in Kashmir are really following it or not. Even I am curious to know that.
Well, I look forward to all the policymakers or maybe some historians who take up the profile of Didda, who was a very powerful monarch and ruled Kashmir, which is considered as the head of India. So I think they should be including this profile in a quite massive way. So that's what I hope. And as usual, Mitaji, it is so wonderful to know these few hidden things and profile of Didda, and really I enjoyed it today talking about this special monarch. So I'll be seeing you again. We'll meet again with a very different profile in our next episode.
We had a wonderful discussion regarding Queen Didda, who ruled almost 40 years, and she became quite powerful in the state of Kashmir. So I look forward for your comments and would also want you to patch in for any further information about Queen Didda. So I look forward for your views and your comments, and I'll be meeting again in our next episode. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Historic Reflections. And in today's program, we are going to talk about Jerusalem. And now you would ask me why you have chosen Jerusalem. Well, there are specific reasons for choosing and talking about Jerusalem today. And as we progress in our live stream, you would know what I want to basically talk, why I want to talk about Jerusalem and what is so special in this historic city. And as you know, Jerusalem has been a contested territory for many years, and it is now part of Israel, and they have recently shifted their capital to Jerusalem. So let's talk about this city, and let's discuss more about why this city has been heavily contested. Well, let's first talk about what happened today. You know, in 2017, on today, which is Tuesday, November 6th, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, officially recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. And why it should be such a big deal, why Jerusalem has to be recognized as a capital of a nation. That is what we want to discuss, and that is why we have chosen this subject, because this is very contagious and a very controversial capital. And why it is controversial, let's understand more about the city itself. And many of you would be actually knowing that Jerusalem is a holy city for almost three Abrahamic religions, which is Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So it is a holy city for all three religions, and all three religions over the history, past 2000 years of history, of which we find written records. Sometimes it is ruled by Christianity, sometimes it is basically ruled by the Jewish people and also the Muslim people. And at a different point in time, different religious based ideologies backed by certain rules across the world have invaded Jerusalem and acquired it. So because of this special character of this city, where it is holy city for all three major religions, there has been major battle fought only to take over the city, because there is a temple there, and the temple is regarded by all major Abrahamic religions, and they want to basically have a pilgrim based economy to be flourished based on their ideology, based on their religion. We know that Israel, when it was established in the year 1948, finally United Nations or the League of Nations provided area for Jewish people to go there and settle, because as per the history, the Jewish evolved in that area, and they wanted to correct the history, and that is why that piece of land was offered and accepted by the Jewish people across the world. And they basically moved to Israel, current day Israel, and the capital was Tel Aviv, which is a coastal town. But because of the location of Israel, which is all surrounded by the Muslim nations, and there is always, the ideological differences between Jewish people and the Muslim people. There has been major wars. Even in the modern times, there has been at least 3 to 4 invasion on Israel by the Islamic countries. Sometimes from Syria, sometimes from Egypt, sometimes from ISIS, and all of these people, for no reason, no personal reasons, only based on their religious ideology, they want to basically invade Israel. And well, Israel has seen a lot of Israel people basically has seen the Holocaust during the Second World War, and they are very, very clear about their intention. They want to protect their land, which is now handed over to them to establish the Jewish nation. So, in all these wars, in the modern time, in last 100 years, Israel has fought back and did not allow any invasion on their land to become a success. So even though Egypt was very powerful and Syria was also very powerful country, and in fact there was a time when both of them invaded Israel from north and south, opening two border war conflict on a small tiny country that Israel is, and Israel basically fought two-front war and defeated both Syria and Egypt, and destroying most of their army and also capturing a lot of their land. And as part of these conquest and this invasion on Israel, they kept acquiring more and more land than it was offered to them after the end of Second World War. So because of these things, and Jerusalem was the capital of Palestine, which is now a disturbed country, even though it's a very small country, very similar to Israel. But the Jerusalem was the capital of Palestine, and that has been captured by Israel. And now, because for Jewish people also, Jerusalem has a very, very important value in their life, in their religion. They have shifted their capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. And because of this, Tel Aviv has become a coastal town, and a lot of Jewish people who want to basically visit their pilgrimage once a year or more number of times will have to pass through Tel Aviv, converting Tel Aviv into a major tourist destination. And also, all three people of all three religions, which is Christianity, Muslim, and Jewish, will have to pass through Tel Aviv to reach Jerusalem, because now Jerusalem is capital of Israel, and that is why it is such a big deal. Well, what has happened? Why Jerusalem is so important? Simply because of this ideological differences in the history. Jerusalem has been attacked 52 times in our written history, only because to capture the city and make it your own. Sometimes by Jewish people, sometimes by Christian people, sometimes by Muslim people, and in the process it has been destroyed, besieged, captured, recaptured, and a lot of bad things have happened to the civilian population of Jerusalem over the history. So people have seen a lot of bloodshed, lot of invasions, and I don't think any other city has a history of invasion 52 times, at least in written history. So that is why Jerusalem has a special place, and all religion want to basically capture this city. Right now it is under control of Israel, and it is one of the major tourist destination. People who are pilgrims who want to basically visit Jerusalem will have to go through Israel processes and travel restrictions, etc. This is what it is. And even though today Jerusalem is in control of Israel, but it has not been recognized by almost 50% of the countries globally today. That is why when Donald Trump recognized as President of the United States and recognized that Jerusalem is the capital city of Israel, and the Americans said that they will actually shift their embassy to Jerusalem, which is a very big statement globally, because 50% of the countries in the world today recognize occupation of Jerusalem by Israel as legal, and now superpower like America endorsing that and saying that they will also shift their capital to Jerusalem is a very big statement. Well, half of the world, which is mostly the Islamic world, don't like this, but even today everyone wants a piece of the city because of the holy shrine. And as you can see, this temple, I've shown this picture several times from different angles in our live stream today. Well, this is one place which you must understand that it shows real human friendliness, even though your religious ideologies can be different. The same temple is revered by all three major Abrahamic religions, and this temple is in Jerusalem. And to avoid any conflict within the temple among the pilgrims, three different areas have been decided that okay, this area where Muslims will offer namaz, this is one area which is meant for Christianity, and this is another area which is meant for Jewish people, so that there is no conflict, and the temple has been divided accordingly. However, when they come into the city, they have to live as a tourist, they have to book their hotels, and they can roam around because this is a very old city, one of the oldest city in the world. There are a lot of historic monuments and historic places to visit, and that is why in the today's historic reflection I wanted to talk about Jerusalem and also clarify some of these things, that even today in the modern time Jerusalem has not been recognized as the capital city of Israel, and that is why it's a big deal that on December 6th in the year 2017, the United States of America recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. So this is something that I wanted to talk about. If you have any questions, any suggestions, feel free to send in your thoughts and comments on this subject. Well, I have a few viewers. I have one Chandra Sen who's saying hello, and he is saying I adore your shows. So thank you so much, Chandra Sen, for sending in this lovely message. I really appreciate your participation in my show, and continue watching. Thank you so much. So thank you, viewers, and I will catch you again in the next historic reflection. Until then, keep rocking and take care of yourself.
Welcome to Historic Reflection, and today we have a prominent historian, Mrs. Meeta Joshi, and today's topic is about the great builder. Yes, I'm talking about Shah Jahan, who has created, and even today the Taj Mahal is so popular, and people really, whenever they come India, they would definitely visit Taj Mahal. So let's discuss about Shah Jahan, and without wasting any moment, let's welcome Meeta Joshi. Welcome, Meeta ji. How are you doing today? And today we are discussing a very interesting aspect of our ruler of India, which is Mughal ruler Shah Jahan. So first of all, I would like to ask you how you have been.
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am well. I hope everything is well with you too.
Yes, I'm well. So today is quite interesting because most of the buildings which we see, especially in capital Delhi and other places like Agra, we find the architecture influence of Shah Jahan's era. So please tell us about his passion and about this king, this emperor.
Shah Jahan was the son of Jahangir, and he was the 5th emperor of the Mughal Empire. He ruled for almost 30 years, 1628 to 1658. Okay, and his rule is known for his contribution towards the architecture and the culture. The architecture flourished in his time period. He was a great patron of the Mughal architecture. Now, he originally known as Khurram, he adopted the regnal name Shah Jahan, which is a Persian word which means king of the world, Shah Jahan. And initially, he, when he was a prince, he had a war of succession with his brothers. He killed one of his brothers, Shahryar Mirza, and the other three to come to the throne. And to make it worse, he imprisoned his father till his death. Okay, so personally, if you see, all these things are associated with him, but he is known for all the important monuments which you see in North India. Taj Mahal in Agra, then Lal Killa in New Delhi, Moti Masjid, Jama Masjid, Shalimar Gardens, and the list goes on and on. And one very peculiar thing about Shah Jahan's architecture is that he started the use of white marble. Before him, till Akbar and Jahangir, they constructed with red sandstone. Because if you see, Lal Killa is built up of red sandstone, but Taj Mahal is of pure white marble. So he brought this change, this transformation of choosing the color and the texture of whatever is used in the those huge buildings. Not only the Taj Mahal, which is considered as one of the seven wonders of the world, he constructed it in the memory of his late wife Arjuband Banu Begum, who was known as Mumtaz Mahal. Mumtaz Mahal means to whom the palace belongs. The meaning of Mumtaz Mahal is that. And he was deeply in love with Mumtaz Mahal. And while delivering the 14th issue, she died of postpartum hemorrhage because of excessive bleeding. And then he built this structure known as Taj Mahal, where he buried Mumtaz. And later, after his death, Shah Jahan's death, his son Aurangzeb, he buried Shah Jahan next to Mumtaz Mahal. So that way he contributed a lot towards the architecture side. One more thing because of which he is known is, as Jahangir did that, he wanted to undo what Akbar did. So same way Shah Jahan also followed the same way. His time period is known to undo the liberal policies of Akbar, because Akbar was a liberal king. He accepted Hindus, he accepted the Rajputs, and in the time of Shah Jahan, we see a lot of Islamic revivalism. Like one of the things is there, Naqshbandi. Okay, that is one order of Islam. So that got revived, and many things. He again he revoked the jizya tax against the Hindus, and there was restrictions in constructing temples. Festivals were not allowed to be celebrated on a large scale. So all these happened. But the biggest contribution of him is towards the architecture of the Mughal Empire. Yeah.
Yeah, when we are talking about the architecture of Mughal Empire, and definitely Shah Jahan's name comes on the top of the series. But what is the style of architecture? It is Indo-Persian, or it is like a mixture of Indian culture and maybe some latest Mughal architecture. How you really see that?
See, Mughal architecture, because the Mughal Empire was a theocratic state. The meaning of theocratic state is that a religion rules. So obviously, Islam ruled at that time. So we get the influence of, this Persian architecture in the Mughal architecture very, very vividly. And you can say that that style came to be known as Indo-Persian later, Indo-Persian architecture, and lot of the use of white marble, the white marble, and the karigari which was done, very minute karigari. If you happen to visit Taj Mahal, you will see the windows are made of jalis of this white marble. So just imagine how hard it would have been to carve, all these patterns. And then in Taj Mahal, you see lot of things which were related to Mumtaz Mahal and Shah Jahan. Like their love, you can easily make out in the architecture. So same way, when you go to Moti Masjid, or you go to Jama Masjid, you go to Lal Killa, the Red Fort in Delhi, or the Shalimar Gardens. It is like he was a very great builder after Sher Shah Sur of Sur dynasty, because Sher Shah Sur also is known for his love of building. He built the Grand Trunk Road and many other things he did. But Shah Jahan, he not only developed the architecture, but his contribution towards the culture also is equally, important. Because when they were constructing those buildings and monuments and forts and palaces, developing those gardens, so somewhere their personal touch you can easily make out. It is not that oh, you gave a contract to some mistri, the mason, and he did it. It was monitored very, very closely by Shah Jahan.
Okay.
And
And
you
Lokesh said that once he all these they were so refined and so fine. So once it's done by the masons, and they were not rewarded, but I think they were punished for
they were
something.
punished, their hands were chopped off.
Yes, so that
Saying that if these people create another Taj Mahal, so the importance of this Taj Mahal will go down.
okay,
It
okay,
is a very cruel act,
okay,
very cruel act.
okay.
That all these kings are known for their cruelty, because killing his own brothers to come to the throne is one thing. Then behaving with the mason is one thing. Not like when he was into the conquests, Shah Jahan, against the Rajputs and the Lodhis of Deccan. That time also, like, they were only killing. There were no negotiations that okay, we are supreme, so you come under our supremacy or suzerainty. So they were like very cruel and barbaric people, because we should not forget that they belong to the Timurid house. The dynasty was of Timur.
Mhm.
That bloodline is known for its barbarism.
Okay, when we are talking about the architecture, and this will be the last question which I would be asking you regarding the architecture, and in the next episode we will take how the economic and social structure of Shah Jahan. We'll discuss that. But today, when we are talking about architecture, so if we compare that that era's architecture, leaving Taj Mahal, where you can say is more inclined to, if we see Persia, or we see Tamur house, from where these Mughal have originated. So where you can really combine this architecture, I mean, as any reflection of those culture on Indo-Persian architecture of India at that time, of that era.
Definitely, because the blue glazed tiles which they used were uniquely and like particularly from Persia. So they were never used in India before. Then the red bricks, the red sandstone, white marble. So it all they all show the influence of Persia on their architecture. Moreover, many masons were called from Persia when they were constructing all those buildings.
Okay.
So obviously, when you belong to a place, in your work, the culture and the style will be very, very visible.
Okay, so this is what we have discussed about the art and architecture, and I request my viewers to really, maybe if they have not visited these places, they are wonderful places which is been built by Shah Jahan, especially in the architecture, or Delhi Fort or Taj Mahal. It's worth visiting, and I look forward for their comments and how they look at these buildings which are being created by Shah Jahan. So we'll be talking again regarding the socio-economic era of Shah Jahan. But it was so wonderful to talk to you, Mita ji, and listen how things have originated in the era of Shah Jahan, and how great builder he was.
He was, indeed, he was a great builder. And one little more thing I will add, Kanchan, like many people, they are asking me that why you are making videos on the Mughal Empire, because they were foreigners and they were very brutal, they were very cruel. So, history, we cannot ignore anything when we are talking about history. So
We had a great discussion with Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a prominent historian, and we have discussed regarding Shah Jahan and his contribution in architectural monuments which he built in India. We look forward for your comments, and I will be meeting again in our next episode with the profile of next great kings of India. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Hello, good morning, friends, and welcome to this live stream. And the program name is This Day That Year, and today is weekend, bright Friday morning. So, to my American friends, very happy Thanksgiving, and enjoy your Black Friday, etc. And today I would like to basically talk about one of the major historic event which happened very recently in the desert area of the world, which is in the Middle East, and it is related to the torrential rain. And you would think what rain got to do with desert, because the very first point is that it is called desert because it never rains. So what is going on with our climate, and what is this specific information? Let's start our journey understanding this particular historic event, and this is related to Saudi Arabia. So way back on November 25th, which is today, in the year 2009, the 3 years of total rain that falls in the coastal city of Jeddah fell in just 3 hours. So, you can imagine these are dry areas, and people who have traveled to Middle Eastern countries, they would know that there is no provision. I mean, because it never rains and there is no water clogging, etc. So, unlike in our country, because in India there is always rains and heavy rains, torrential rain. So there is a underwater drainage system which is implemented in most of the countries. Wherever there are rains, humans have realized that the rainwater will actually accumulate, and the best way to get rid of the excess rainwater is to basically make a drainage system so that the water can drain out from your cities, etc. So all cities, I mean, if you go to Kuala Lumpur, there are huge drainage systems which are meant for taking the rainwater out from the city, so that you don't have this situation that you see in this city. Whereas in the Middle Eastern countries, since it never rains, and it is all the cities, major cities like Jeddah, Riyadh, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they are all in desert area. It hardly rains. So if you travel to one of these cities, you will not see these drain systems. You will not see any of these drainage systems that you are accustomed to in any of these Middle Eastern countries. And so when this rainfall happened, they were totally unprepared. And the 3 years of total rainfall happened in just matter of 3 hours. And this was a major catastrophe, because the city planners, municipal corporation of Jeddah, they were not even prepared. I mean, there was no mechanism to even predict that such torrential rain will happen in the desert city of Jeddah. And therefore, in this catastrophe, a lot of people lost their life. They got washed away. The flash floods were created, and thousands of vehicles were also washed away, and they got accumulated in some crazy areas in the city of Jeddah. So Jeddah is a very populous city, and there are a lot of tourist activity going on, because I think if you want to go to your pilgrimage, especially if you are a Muslim pilgrim, then you have to pass through Jeddah. So Jeddah is a port, so you actually take a ship to go to your Hajj, and then because of the proximity or the location of Jeddah port, there are a lot of activities. People are going up and down and throughout the year. So when this incident happened, people were totally unprepared, because they never expected that you would get rain in the desert. But this happened. But this is not the only time that human remember such a catastrophe happened. Few years back, before this incident, almost like 18 months back, similar rains happened in Mumbai. In matter of hours, huge deluge of water was poured down on the city of Mumbai. Well, Mumbai is a coastal town in India. It's one of the major town in India. It's business capital of India. Mumbai, one city, contributes to about 60% economy of India. There is a lot of activity going on in Mumbai. And since it's coastal, it is affected by monsoons. There are adequate drainage systems to take care of the rains. So unlike Jeddah, the Mumbai city had the drainage systems which takes care of water drain out of the city. But this one, nobody could have predicted. The years or years of rain falling within a matter of hours. No drain system could be programmed or could be planned in such a way that so much water will fall in matter of an hour. And in addition to that, there are tides. And when the tide happens, as you know, the tide happens twice a day. When the tide came, it actually, the drain system worked in the reverse direction. So one side there's a lot of rain falling on your city, and other side the tide water from the ocean is actually coming and adding to that water, which is extra water, which is falling on your city. So that added to a lot of chaos in the city. As you can see in this picture, thousands of cars were submerged, washed away. 300 to 500 people lost their life. They got sucked by the water which was falling, and the drain system was obviously working, so it was sucking the water out, but not at the rate at which the water was falling, and a lot of people got sucked into the drain system itself. So similar thing happened in Jeddah. So what is so remarkable in these floods that we have been seeing lately, and the rains are increasing as the global warming is becoming a major issue. The rain on the planet Earth across all cities, I mean, last year, few months back, we have seen the entire Europe was flooded because of the extra rain, and advanced countries like Germany, France, etc., they have all the systems and all the money to prepare, but they were helpless because Mother Nature is beyond any preparation. All rivers in Europe were flooded, and they created havoc. A lot of people lost their life in Europe, and this is actually going on for some time. But is this the first time that we are seeing? I think that is what the topic of discussion today. I think it is not the first time, because our history is riddled with huge, humongous floods across the history of human race, and we can never prepare for sudden flood which is going to come our way. So if we, for example, if I'm making this video right now, I'm live with you on a live stream on social media, but you never know that there will be flood in this area. So that is how the nature works, and therefore the flooding, the fear of flood, is sort of hard coded in our mind. It is part of our memory system, because our ancestors have seen these huge floods in the past, and because of that humans try to prepare, but they cannot be prepared enough. In fact, there are traces of huge floods in Sahara Desert, where the thousands of years back, when the entire lake system of Sahara, there used to be a huge lake in the middle of Sahara, many times bigger than Lake Victoria. And people who understand the geography of Africa, Lake Victoria, which is the reason behind Nile is flowing the longest river of the world, is a huge lake system, as big as the Great Lakes of America. And there was a bigger lake in the middle of Sahara Desert, which got drained completely, bone dry, into the Mediterranean and Atlantic Ocean. And that created memory of huge flood happening across the northern African plains. And you can imagine, if there was a lake, I'm sure there may be many settlements and towns and cities and villages across the lake, because lake could support a lot of flora and fauna and human and animal population. So when this happened, the entire water of this huge lake, which was like many times bigger than Lake Victoria, washed many areas of North Africa into the ocean. So it was great flood. Similarly, there was a great flood in the Black Sea area, and that flood is the reason we have the Noah's Ark story, and now we have the Caspian Sea, which is the largest freshwater lake today. But this was all created by huge floods for whatever reason in the antiquity. So there are history of great floods across the human civilization. When it comes to India is no different. In fact, there is a mythological story about Manu, the only human surviving on the surface of the earth because of the great flood which happened in this Indian region. And this there is evidence now that there was a asteroid that had fallen in the Kashmir area, and there was a huge lake which was surrounded by all the large mountains. And when this asteroid fell, unfortunately it fell on one of the mountains, and because of that the bank of this huge lake, which was many times or probably half the size of Caspian Sea, of today's Caspian Sea, very deep lake, completely got drained in the North Indian plain, and almost nothing survived, and only one person survived. His name was Manu, along with his wives, and he reached Mount Everest in order to survive. So that's the story in our, it's a mythical, we don't find any evidence of existence of Manu, but that is why it's called mythical story. So even in India, there is a history of great flood happening in the North India, where the entire Kashmir Valley, as we see today, got completely drained out, exposing the land that we see in the valley where people live today. Where people live today in Kashmir area was all submerged thousands of years back. So I think the fear of flood is real, and it proves that lately our cities are getting exposed to these great floods which are coming from the heavens, from the sky, and the water is just without any warning pouring down on our head, creating a flood situation. And there is a lot of preparation being done, but we can never be prepared for always, so that is something that I wanted to talk about today. And I see a couple of messages. So Sony is there live with us, and she's saying hello Sony. I'm almost about to end this stream. If you have any question on the subject, feel free to shoot the question or any statement. Thanks for joining, Sony, this morning. All right, friends, so I've come to the end of this live stream. And you can join me live every day, Monday to Friday at 10:30, where I talk about the important historic incident which has helped shape human civilization, and it also gives us learning of what we can do to prepare ourselves for future. So as always, thanks for watching. I will catch you again on Monday. Until then, have a nice weekend, and my American friends, enjoy Thanksgiving weekend. I will catch you again on Monday. Bye bye. Good morning, friends, and welcome to my live stream. Welcome to my library. And in this program, we actually discuss about the important historic incident that happened today. And today is November 24th. So what is so interesting? In fact, this is about the air pollution. There is a lot of concern about the environment lately, and there are a lot of environment warriors who are actually putting their heart and soul in resolving this issue, basically making everyone aware about the environment hazards or the pollution hazards that that is making our environment really bad for the future generation. So today I would like to draw your attention. In fact, I would like to start my discussion by talking about one incident which was recorded in the year 1966 on November 24th, which is today. And that was today, on a single day, 400 deaths were recorded because of respiratory failures and heart attack in the New York City. Well, it is not very clear that all these 400 people died on the same day, or they were merely recorded on the same day. But it is now known that November 24th in the year 1966 has been the most polluted recorded day for the New York City. Well, humans never learn from the past experience. They keep looking at the present, and they don't really bother about what are the learnings from the past and what will happen in future. They don't really apply. Most of the humans, some people definitely are very concerned, but some other people, some sector of the society do not think too much about the air pollution. It is a real thing, friends, and there are a lot of side effects that can be caused because of the air pollution. And this particular information, which happened many decades back, should be a eye opener, but it did not. And in Indian cities also. India is a very large country, very populous country and democratic country, so there is a lot of freedom to do things, etc. And lately, especially in the winter seasons, Indian cities have been also showing a lot of smog in their sky, especially the capital city, New Delhi. It is actually famous for the air pollution. A lot of things are being done to basically take care of this problem that the New Delhi and the surrounding suburban areas are facing. And if you look at the New Delhi and the suburbs around the capital city of India, many people live in this place. In fact, at least 5 to 6 million people live in this small confined, and they are all affected by the air pollution. But why air pollution is such a important thing to which we cannot ignore? I think let's understand this by the understanding the adverse effect that can happen because of the air pollution. Number one, it actually increases the risk of heart attack and respiratory problems. There are a lot of these molecules which are present in the air which we breathe, and some of these molecules are basically the pollutants which are released by the factories and the modern lifestyle. Because we consume certain ready-made stuff, and all of this ready-made stuff is made in the factory, and in factory because they need energy, they need a lot of processes are there in different factories for your clothing, for your spectacles, for your food. A lot of pollution is created in the environment. Also, electricity, the hunger for electricity is also growing, and because of that, the electricity generation in places like India and China is largely dependent on the thermal power, which is burning coal and then producing steam to produce electricity. So that is adding to the air pollution, air quality. At the same time, the China and India are very populous countries, and because of the urbanization of large population in India, most of the people are now using cars, for almost like many decades. Today it is a norm that people will have at least 2 cars minimum, and some of the household families can have more than 2, up to 4 to 5 cars. So there is 1 car for each person in the family, and cars are the biggest pollution creator of the day. And all of these poisonous gases are mixed to the breathable air, and they actually harden the blood vessels, because these pollutants get deposited in the blood vessels. They harden, the flexibility is lost, and because of that, respiratory problems as well as the heart diseases are on the rise. Even young people are getting affected by these heart ailments. In fact, you must be hearing that there are certain young actors in North Korea are passing away because of heart attack at the age of 24, below 30 basically. So I think this is one of the reasons that pollution is affecting everyone across the globe, and people are dying. It is like living in a gas chamber. If I have to compare the current level of pollution. What are the other side effects of pollution? Well, it also can harm your respiratory system, where these micro compounds can get into your lungs and can deposit it. And as you know that lung is an organ which actually allows air to diffuse directly into your blood. So eventually there are very, very fine, very small pores which does not allow blood to come out, but allows air to directly interact with blood in the lungs. So there are very specialized organs in our body which has, it's sort of a filter, and the holes in the filter are so small that it prevents blood to ooze out. But since air has lesser density, it allows air to diffuse directly into, or rather oxygen to diffuse directly into your blood, and that is how we live. So over time, when you actually consume a lot of this polluting air, the harmful particles actually block those fine holes of your lungs, which will prevent better breathing, and over time the amount of oxygen your body needs keeps reducing, or can absorb, keeps reducing, which gives rise to major health hazard when it comes to respiratory system. So the air pollution is really alarming, and I think we should look at these deadly symptoms which could arise because of air pollution. What are the other things? There are reports of allergies into the eye. A lot of people are now reporting that there are irritation in their eye, and if you are stuck on the in the traffic, sometimes your eyes start to water, because the eyes react to the harmful elements which are present in the air. So this high amount of pollution can give rise to the allergic conjunctivitis. Some people can be allergic to this pollution, and they can develop the conjunctivitis, which is quite harmful for your health, because you will not be able to see properly, you will not be able to go to work for at least 2 to 3 days. Your work is hampered, and consequently you will have to go to doctor, and overall you will lose out in terms of your revenue, as also in terms of health, if your eyes are affected. What are the other ailments which affects you because of air pollution? Well, it's about the skin, because skin is the most overlooked item in our body, and skin is always affected by the pollution all the time, and we tend to overlook it. In fact, skin is one connective tissue in our body which protects rest of the body from this harmful air pollution, and because of that, the skin takes all the damage because of the pollutants, and the rashes get developed on the skin, and all kinds of dust carrying all kinds of harmful chemicals, as well as harmful viruses, get deposited on the surface of the skin and can give rise to all kinds of problems. And in some cases, it has been noticed that it increases the chances of getting skin cancer. So, well, again, not everybody will get the skin cancer, but at least a lot of people report of rashes on the skin, or some sort of patches on the skin, and dullness in the skin, etc., because of the pollution. So pollution basically reduces your personification, because skin gives out your personality. If you have a good skin, you are recognized immediately. So it reduces a lot of those aspects which are part of you, and the nature has given that to you. And the pollution is basically spoiling all that. What are the other things which can go wrong because of air pollution? Well, I think the mental health issues, because our mind is basically electric and chemical factory, and it relies on the chemical impulses which are fed to the mind, and then mind also interpret these electrical impulses and respond back in electrical impulses. So when you get this extra dose of chemical, that may start sending wrong signals to the mind, and because of these wrong signals, your mind will start interpreting wrong things. And this is exactly what is the what we call mental health issues, or may lead to mental health issues like depression, anxiety, and for this you would need medication. And I mean, if you talk to any doctor, you would actually be surprised that a lot of young people are getting affected because of this mental depression and anxiety. So indirectly, we say that you are getting depression, anxiety, and restlessness, which will then lead to other ailments like heart, respiratory, etc., because most of the things are controlled by brain. So I think the brain has to be kept in a healthy environment. In a very healthy way, we have to treat our brain. So we don't really look at the root cause. Root cause could be the air pollution, because you're living in such a polluted environment. You can purify your water using the RO purifier, but how do you purify your air? Because even if you put air filtration system in your apartment, but you will not stay in your apartment for very long time. You will have to step out, and that is when you start getting the effects of the air pollution, and you don't want to move around wearing a mask, air mask all the time, because you look like such an odd person. So this air pollution is also giving rise to a lot of mental health issues, and therefore the air pollution is becoming the one of the biggest killer of humanity, and also the animal life and fauna and flora of the earth. And that is why we have to treat air pollution very, very seriously, and especially we know the effects of air pollution for such a long time, at least since 1966, because I started the program by talking about so many deaths reported on a single day on November 24th in the New York City, which was a prominent city of the 60s, and still we are still polluting the air, and we have not learned our lessons. So friends, I like to end my live stream now. If you have any suggestions, questions, feel free to shoot them, and thanks for watching as always, and I will catch you tomorrow. Until then, have a nice day, and bye bye. Good morning, friends, and welcome to my library. And this program is called This Day That Year, and in this program we discuss about some of the important historic incident that happened today. And today is November 22nd, and today I'm presenting this story with a heavy heart because it's not a very good day. It is basically the day of assassination of the great president of United States, John Kennedy. And well, this episode is not about what happened, and we are not unraveling anything, but we want to analyze and how the world evolved after the assassination of Kennedy, and what are the parameters, what are the learnings from this incident. That is what we will talk about in today's video. All right, so let's start our discussion. Well, the whole event of the Dallas, Texas episode of this Kennedy assassination is shrouded in a lot of mystery, simply because he had many programs on that day, and he was a very popular president. He was a very popular leader, and because of that, he wanted to be reaching out to the people directly. So it was decided that he will get the maximum exposure during this motorcade. And in those days there was no protocol like we have today, and the security was not so much for the high profile subjects like presidents and the prime ministers and the leaders of different category. And you can imagine, in 1963 on November 22nd, soon after landing at the Dallas, he actually got into the his limousine. I will talk about this car in a moment, but let me tell you what happened really. So the distance between the venue of the event, which was planned, was only like 6 miles, about 10 kilometers. But since Kennedy is a political figure, he was a political figure, and therefore they wanted to get the maximum mileage and reach out to the people. So it was decided that they will take a longer route, and that would take about 45 to 50 minutes to reach the venue, a much longer intertwining road, so that he could actually come in front of the people, and the expectation was about 150,000 to 200,000 people will be waiting for him to welcome him in Dallas. So that was the whole plan. And this kind of a plan was basically a recipe for disaster, because you have no intelligence in terms of who's, if there is somebody who's wanting to cause a harm, there was no intelligence to gather, because the whole route was so differently designed, that there was a lot of risk to the president. I mean, today we understand all that, but back then in 1963, people did not know, or they never assumed that such a thing would happen. So during this this kind of a motorcade or a parade which was being done by the president's contingent, and people on both sides were waiting and cheering for him. There was a killer called Oswald. He used a rifle, and that rifle has a very big bore. It's a very it has a long barrel, and you can actually shoot a bullet from a far off distance. So he exactly did this. He used a long bore rifle, used a very, very heavy caliber bullet to shoot at the head of the president, and president had no chance. So he succumbed to, and there were 2 bullets fired, or 3, I'm not sure. But during this motorcade, he was shot in the head because he was totally exposed. As you can see in this picture, he was totally exposed, and he died instantly. I think they rushed him to the hospital, but I think there was very little chance, because he got a rifle bullet injury in his head, and rifle has a very big bullet, and it is usually used to kill large animals like elephants and buffaloes. But then if you use a rifle bullet on human, I think the chances are that the survival will not happen. Nevertheless, this is a very bad incident which happened today on November 22nd in Dallas in the year 1963. A bad day, but let's switch gear and understand what are the learnings. So post this incident, there were a lot of learnings, especially for the protection of the high profile subjects like presidents and prime ministers and ministers. And therefore, there were a lot of learnings. In fact, the learning was already there, but it was implemented. And I want to show you the super luxury car which was in which the Kennedy was traveling. This is the Lincoln 1963 white convertible. You can see that it actually oozes luxury, especially from the standards of those days. And it was convertible, open, so that people can look at president when he's going around along with his family. And there is open view, and there is absolutely no protection. There was a driver, and because of that, the killer was able to use a telescopic rifle to pinpoint, accurately fire at the president. There was no protection. So imagine, this is the lapses which caused the death of such a popular leader. But I think the security people learned from these incidents. There were a lot of investigation being done, and they found that this harm to the life of the president could have been avoided. And because of these learnings, today the president of United States moves in a super secret armored car. The specification of this car is not revealed to the public, and it looks like a normal car, but it is not at all like a normal car. It is built like a tank, and the nickname for this car is the Beast. And if you can see the size of this car itself, it is actually like a truck. It's a huge vehicle, and it must be very heavy, armored to protect the president from all kinds of threats, not only bullets, but even bombs or chemical attacks, etc. And this is designed post 1963, and there are a lot of variation which as and when the technology advancement have happened, this vehicle has been upgraded, and new power plants and new technologies have been implemented. The only purpose of this kind of a vehicle is to protect the life of the president. And president goes all over the world. He is invited in many countries, but today the president of United States travel with his vehicles and with his security staff wherever he goes, whether he goes to UK, France, India, or South Korea, anywhere. So I think there is a learning. I mean, the security agencies don't want to rely on hiring local limousines, because that could lead to lapses in security, and therefore, this is a big change after the Kennedy's assassination. And a lot of learning. I mean, the world over security agencies have learned, and even in India, these specially made armored cars are used to ferry high-profile subjects like presidents and prime ministers. And the specification of these cars are kept absolutely secret. We don't know what is there in these cars, how well they are protected, what is the thickness, etc. Nevertheless, I don't think people want to know what is this specification, because it doesn't matter to normal people. Nevertheless, these cars are built like tanks, and they are very, very heavily armored, and they are not open. Kennedy was traveling in an open convertible, but these cars today, which are used by the world leaders, are very heavily guarded and protected. In addition to all this, they use a lot of high-tech gadgetry. In case there is some sort of a bomb, there are the cavalcade of these leaders carry a lot of high-tech gadgetry, jamming equipments. The security people are very highly trained. So it's not only the vehicles that have undergone changes, but also the entire security apparatus of the global leaders have undergone a lot of changes. I think the turning point was the Kennedy's assassination. But did you know that all of this that the current security agencies use today were already present? There were 33 attempts on Hitler to eliminate him, to assassinate him. There were 33 assassination attempts on Hitler. So Hitler's SS, which is the division of Gestapo, they actually designed the whole security layer system, which is being followed by all the security agencies world over today. So the knowledge of how to protect high profile people was already there. Even way back 2000 years back in the Forbidden City, China, the very fact that the Chinese emperor or monarch lived in a forbidden city. Why it is called Forbidden City? Because it was forbidden for any person to go near the king. And there were multi-layer security system around the king and his family. So the humans had the knowledge how to protect their high profile leaders. But I think this was really implemented in a big way globally. I mean, you take any leader today, they are protected by this multi-layer security which is provided, and all kinds of agencies are involved, so that they ensure that there are no leaks anywhere. And all of this was implemented in a big way by Hitler in the modern century. But I think the knowledge was there for almost 2000 years, protecting themselves. The leaders were protecting themselves, building a layer after layer of security, so that it prevent people to come near them. And the security people have also undergone tremendous amount of all kinds of training. We know that the guerrilla training is the most strenuous, most advanced training which can be obtained by any human when it comes to warfare. But the people who are actually protecting high profile subjects like presidents and prime ministers are specially trained. They are trained in all kinds of trades. and they are the real man in black. Their suits are bulletproof. They look like normal black suits, but they are made of special material. They carry briefcase. You might have noticed that briefcase is filled with gadgetry of different kinds, and they're trained in all kinds of weapons, and they're also trained in all kinds of martial art like jiu-jitsu or all kinds of martial arts. They are they are like built like athletes, and they are also physically built like a very powerful superhumans. So the people are very well selected who will protect their leaders. And another thing which I want to tell you is that all of these security people sign off that they will actually create human shield around the leader. That means they sign off for the job, and if the need arises, they will protect. They will take the bullet for their leader, protect using their body as a shield. And this has actually happened during the Ronald Reagan, where the security person took the bullet. He stood like a shield in front of the Ronald Reagan when there was a killer on the loose and shooting at him. And this security brave man died later in the hospital while the president survived. So I think there are a lot of changes which has happened because of this bad incident which triggered all of these changes in our security services. And since today is November 22nd, it is it is one of the major incident which basically made world to think about protection, how to protect their world leaders, so that the countries do not suffer because of these bad incident like the United States of America suffered in the year 1963. So friends, I would like to end my live stream today, and my condolences to the late President John Kennedy. If you have any thoughts or comments, feel free to share your thoughts and comments with me. Otherwise, I like to say goodbye for today, and with the promise that I'll catch you again tomorrow with more information about the event which happened on November 23rd. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the show, and today in this show of history where we discuss about great kings of India, we have eminent historian Mrs. Meeta Joshi, and today we are discussing the personality and the administration and other aspect of Jahangir's era. So without wasting any further moment, let's welcome Mrs. Meeta Joshi and discuss about Emperor Jahangir. Sure, Meeta ji, and as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you and listen to the great kings of India and always. So today, as we have discussed, that we'll be talking about Mughal Emperor Jahangir. So yes, so what exactly come into your mind when we talk about Jahangir?
See, Jahangir was Akbar's son, and he was born as Nuruddin Salim because he was born by the blessings of a Sufi saint known as Salim Chishti. So Akbar named him Salim. Later he took the regnal name as Jahangir. Jahangir is a Persian word which means the conqueror of the world. So from childhood, he was an ambitious child, but because Akbar's aura was very big, and when he was a child, Akbar wanted him to study, Akbar wanted him to, learn all the tricks of administration and how to run such a big empire. But he wanted to be with his parents. So this anger he had because Akbar sent him away. So that anger was always in his heart, and once upon a time he even revolted against Akbar because he was so ambitious. He wanted that he should become the Mughal emperor, and it was not possible till Akbar was alive. So he revolted once, which was the revolt was put down, and when Akbar passed away in 1605 AD, then he came to the throne till he was alive till 1627 AD. So it was a like 22-year-old long rule. And one thing he wanted to do is he wanted to undo whatever Akbar has done, because he wanted to make his own mark. And in that process, the first thing he did was Akbar, as we discussed in the last episode, was a secular king. He always, though he was Islamic by his religion, but he always preferred all the religions. So when Akbar was the Mughal emperor, he abolished the jizya tax. Jizya was a tax which was imposed particularly on Hindus. But when Jahangir came into rule, the first thing was he imposed the jizya tax again on the Hindu subjects. He wanted to do something different from his father. And then what he did, Agra fort, which was built by Akbar, it's a very beautiful fort. So he established, he got a chain made, and which was made of pure gold. Okay. And that chain was from Agra fort, where Jahangir used to stay. From that place, it was a 30 gaj long chain with 60 bells.
Okay.
So anyone who is in need or anyone who wants to see the emperor, if he pulls that chain, then Jahangir would give a personal audience to that person. Any moment. It was not that you come in morning or afternoon, at any hour of the day. So that's why it was known as a chain of justice. So suppose anyone had any problem, so they went near the fort and they pulled the chain. So because 60 bells are there, so it made lot of noise. So the Jahangir would come on the Jaroka, on the window, and then he would come down and listen to the problems and address it.
Okay.
That
So
way,
the first time he has done it, it was not there at the time of Akbar, I guess.
no. This was established solely by Jahangir, the golden chain of justice. And then after his marriage to Noor Jahan, or originally her name was Mehru Nisa. She was the daughter of Mirza Ghiaz Beg, and she was married to some other person. So but she was very beautiful. So Jahangir got awestruck by her beauty, and he wanted to marry her. So it is said that maybe he only plotted the murder of Mehru Nisa's husband, and when she became the widow, he married her. And he named her Noor Mahal. That means the light of the palace. And later she was given the name Noor Jahan, light of the world. Because Jahangir was into lot of wine and women, so the administrative part was suffering. So that time Noor Jahan took a lead, and she was very instrumental in the administration, and slowly she became so powerful that she was also allowed to issue farmans, which only king could do, because farmans were the royal mandates. So she became so powerful that she also started issuing farmans, and she placed her brother and uncles and her father all in very important positions in the empire. And she was like too much interested in administration, that what is happening in and around the Mughal empire, and she really took care of the administration because her husband was always busy in parties and drinking parties and into lot of uh, uh, he was like indulgent into many things. And one why Jahangir is also remembered is because he was the Mughal emperor who gave the permission to East India Company to trade in India. Because that time when Thomas Roe, he was appointed by the East India Company, and he lived in Jahangir's court for more than 4 to 5 years. And subsequently, he became very close to Jahangir. They used to drink together, and he even carried a crate of wine and beer, because beer was unknown in India before that. So he became very close to Jahangir, and he took all the permissions to trade in India. Previously, East India Company never had permissions to trade on a major scale. Like they were a small, business party who would trade spices and silks and important things which were available in our country. But it was Jahangir who even issued a farman that they can officially trade in India. And from that time, the Britishers, they slowly started seeping in the Indian system. And finally, after the last Mughal emperor, Bahadur Shah Zafar, they completely captured the entire Indian dominion. So we can say that it was Jahangir who gave the permissions to do all the business and trade in India.
So we can safely say that there are few wrong things which are associated with Jahangir.
Yeah. But it is not all the wrong things. He was a very big patron of art and literature.
Yes.
So in his time, he himself was an author. If you get a chance, his autobiography Tuzuk-e-Jahangiri is a very good memoir of his life, that what all he did in his life and what all challenges, difficulties he faced as a king and also as Akbar's son. Because somehow there was a friction between Akbar and Jahangir always. Though Akbar loved him very much, but because he was into wine and women and he was not disciplined, so that part Akbar always hated, because he wanted his son to take over the Mughal Empire, which he has established with lot of hard work. So that was one point of friction between the father and the son. And then because when he was small, he was sent away for the studies and all, which he did not like, Jahangir. So
Yes.
There was always this friction between the father and the son, which led to many things. Because as soon as he came into the throne, he tried to undo whatever Akbar has done. And he wanted that he should be remembered as a great Mughal emperor than his father.
So when I was studying history in my school days, and I was two emperors who I actually enjoyed reading. One was Akbar and another was Jahangir. And primarily because that he has some special ability, because as you said, in art and culture he has excelled. And
Yes.
part of this, he was also known as alchemist. He was mixing so many products, and like so that is that gives him a kind of personality to really read about him. And about this, I've also heard that if there are 100 painters who have painted one painting, he has that ability to identify which painter has
Yes,
painted that
that's why
particular part.
that's why he was known as a great patron of art and learning,
Yeah.
because he had that taste, to judge a painting or to honor some poet or author. So that way he supported those people who were really talented, but the problem was they never had the resources to do that. So in Jahangir's time, they flourished. All the painters, authors, poets, all kinds of art and literature. It really developed in Jahangir's time. And one thing more is there, Kanchan, that Akbar's aura was so great that anyone would get shadowed by it,
Right.
be it his own son,
Yeah.
which was always in his some corner of his mind, that he would never become as great as his father, because Akbar was known far and wide, not only in India but in the entire world, because of his administration, or because of his this policy of matrimonial alliances, or because he took all the Rajputs into his stride. So many things were associated with him. So for Jahangir, it was like a, a tough road to prove himself as a good emperor in comparison with his own father.
Right. So, as we have already discussed, that administration was not his cup of tea because that was handled by Noor Jahan.
Yeah.
And so, let's talk about his contribution in art and architecture. And I think there are some gardens, Mughal gardens, which
So many gardens he developed.
So let's
And
talk about
even if you talk about gardens, Kashmir gardens were developed by Jahangir, because it was Jahangir who said कि कहीं धरती पे स्वर्ग है तो यही है, यही है, यही है. So that way he has developed lot of gardens. He built many forts, many palaces. And as I told you, that he himself was an author. He wrote his own autobiography known as Tuzuk-e-Jahangiri, in which he mentions about all this. And especially he had a very soft corner for Kashmir, because it is known for its natural beauty, but then the gardens which Jahangir developed there, not only in Kashmir, in Agra Fort, even in Delhi, he did a lot of work in beautifying the Mughal Empire. Like we can say that Shah Jahan was a great builder when it comes to big buildings. It was Shah Jahan who takes this credit. He, at least in his lifetime, had built maybe more than 100 mosques, or many hospitals, many schools, many palaces, many tombs. But when we talk about beautifying the Mughal Empire, it was solely Jahangir, because he had that taste, to make things look beautiful.
So, in the last, I would like to ask you about the socio-economic condition of people when Jahangir took the throne and started ruling.
See, when he came into the throne, Mughal Empire was already established, because he was the fourth Mughal emperor. Before him, Akbar was there, and Akbar had really established the empire in a very good way. So for him, it was like everything, given on a platter type. But because he was totally indulged into this wine and woman thing, so it was Noor Jahan who really kept the empire intact by her administration. If we talk about the socio-economic background of the people that time, they were like happy and prosperous, but only the Hindu subjects were not happy. because they had to pay this jizya tax. And not only jizya, he imposed three more taxes on Hindus. Like suppose they are doing some business, so some octroi, some duty he used to charge, particularly from Hindus, not from Muslim subjects. So that way the Hindu subjects of his empire were not very happy with him. But on a whole, if you see, then he was like a popular emperor because of his golden chain of justice. He did justice to the people.
So, in the last, I just want to ask you how you really feel, or how you would like to put the personality of Jahangir for everybody to remember or call upon him. What kind of contribution he has done, or how we should remember this great King Jahangir, who was so good in art and culture, who propagated so much, created so much aura, especially in this part of this stream of culture.
See, he will be known for his works, for art and literature. He will be known for his autobiography, Ruzuke Jahangiri. He will be remembered for all the gardens he had developed in and around Delhi and Agra, and even in Kashmir. And he will be remembered because he was the only Mughal emperor who was very particular about justice in his empire.
Okay.
And see, other emperors who were there, they did meet common people in a group. Suppose there is a darbar, and there were some days fixed that the layman can walk in and share a word with the emperor. But it was only him who gave this access to common people, that anytime anyone could ring those bells of the chain and take an audience with Jahangir. So that one-to-one personal touch only Jahangir provided, no other Mughal emperor.
Yeah, I mean, I've not heard this kind of chain of justice associated with any other king or emperor.
Yes, only Jahangir.
Only Jahangir, and that is, I think, it's something very innovative,
and commendable also, because when you become a king, you have this notion that, oh, why should I meet the common people?
Right.
Because there are people to meet the common people. They have ministers, they have different officers, to solve people's problem. Then why should a king come down and talk to the lay persons?
Right.
Of
and
the
everybody can come and meet, and that is something.
Anyone at any point of hour,
right.
Even if at night anyone goes and shakes those bells, Jahangir would come down.
Oh.
And he would talk to that woman, man, anyone personally. That what is your problem? What is bothering you? So that is a big thing. You are giving a personal touch as an emperor,
right,
to the common people, which no king will do. Suppose if you see the British dynasty, which flourished in Great Britain, and now Prince Charles will be coronated as the king. So they never gave access to the common people. It was always a mystery. The crown and the royal empire, you could never go close to them.
Right.
It was only when they became unpopular because of, the treatment, the behavior which they did with Diana or other reasons, then they started giving audience to common people. Like once a month, all the royal people would walk down the Buckingham Palace, and there will be a sea of people waiting for them to talk to them. So it is for them as kings and queens, they have ego that we are the kings or we are the queens. Why should we go down and we should have a conversation with any XYZ of our empire?
Right.
It's a very great thing that as an emperor, you came down to that level and you literally solved people's problems.
Yeah. So in a way, it is actually he was a people's emperor, but somehow
Yes.
he got indulged in some other aspects that
Other aspects, plus his this imposing many taxes on the Hindu subjects, also made him little unpopular among the, because the majority of the people were Hindus
Hmm.
in the empire.
Right.
We cannot deny this fact that Mughals belonged to the house of Timur,
Hmm.
so they were outsiders. So mostly the people who are living in the empire are Hindus, were
Right.
Hindus. So when you are creating unpleasant situations for them, so obviously that you won't be as popular as Akbar was, or as popular as even Shah Jahan was, like very stern when it came to religion. But at the same time, he always entertained his Hindu subjects.
Right.
Even Jahangir had Hindu wives. Noor Jahan was his 20th wife,
Okay.
officially.
Okay.
She was his 20th wife. So he had like lot of Hindu queens in his palace.
So, as usual, we got and we had a quite a interesting discussion today, and we came to know few finer points about Emperor Jahangir, and somehow I think he's mix of many things, good and bad, as other people who are mix of good and bad, and I think he will be remembered as a great patron of art and culture and painting. And so many.
We had a wonderful discussion about Emperor Jahangir, and we have also come to know those finer points of his personality and the way he has created a aura and a atmosphere of justice. So we look forward for your comments, and we'll be meeting again with our next profile, next discussion on personality, a great personality, the great King of India. So till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Good morning, friends, and welcome to this edition of This Day That Year. And we discuss some of these important incidents that happened today. And today is November 21st. So, what is so important that has happened today? And we are living in the era of technology, and I'm personally a big fan of Mr. Elon Musk. And he has been a visionary. He is very shrewd businessman, and he has been also thinking very, very extremely futuristic. And I think he has a plan, and all of his companies, his plans are woven around his Mars mission. So whatever he's doing on Earth is essentially a test bed for his Mars mission. So if you talk about his Tesla electric vehicles, I think that's a good option, very good option for Mars if you have electric vehicles available on Mars. At the same time, boring company, solar power initiative, and of course the SpaceX, which is the launch vehicle for the space journeys. But there is one product which is not yet launched, and that is called the Cybertruck. And today in our this edition of morning edition of This Day That Year, we are discussing about the Cybertruck. Now we have all seen the pictures of Cybertruck. It's a very futuristic product, and we know that Cybertruck is meant for people who wants to do basically multitasking using their vehicle. And Cybertruck, or the truck itself, as we call it, is a very versatile vehicle. You can do camping, you can go to office, you can also use the rear cargo bed to carry things. You can use, if you're doing plantation, you can carry a lot of plants, so you don't have to call external help if you have a truck at your disposal. So therefore, this is something which is very, very prevalent in the US US citizens, to have the truck, because they like to do things by their own hand, especially ferrying things here and there. It was logical for Elon Musk to think about, or Tesla to think about, launching a cyber truck. And Elon Musk is being perfectionist. He also wants to make a product, very good quality product, which lasts for longer time. And therefore, when the Cybertruck was inaugurated, or sort of unveiled in front of the people, Elon Musk actually said that this is very strong. It has very strong features, and it's virtually indestructible. So also the glasses, the glass of the truck was supposed to be indestructible. And so basically, to demonstrate the power and the strength of the Cybertruck, they first used the sledgehammer to destroy the window, and later, while continuing on the same demonstration, the person there on the stage threw a cannonball. And during the demonstration, while Elon Musk himself was saying that this truck is indestructible, the window shattered. So during the 2019 unveiling of this truck on November 21st, this incident happened, and that triggered me to basically talk about this fantastic product called Cybertruck. And as you know that this is an amazing product, and if you're watching me live, if you have any opinion, you can actually share your thoughts and comments, and I will answer you immediately as soon as you type in your comments. All right, so this is one incident which happened, and basically what happened was the Cybertruck was indestructible, but then, because it was a good learning for Elon Musk's team, and they rectified the problem, and they are working on this weakness in the Cybertruck, because what happened was the sledgehammer loosened up the window, and then when the cannonball was thrown at it, it shattered. So I think there was some work to be done, and this is as much as the material could take it. All right, so let's move on from this incident and talk about what is this Cybertruck and why it is so exciting. Number one, it is a very futuristic vehicle. As you can see, it is entirely made of material which is rust proof, basically stainless steel, and it has very aerodynamic features with a very good suspension system. Virtually, it could go from road to off-road in a split second, and it is electric. It has electric power plant, and it comes in many variations. So it is completely pollution free, sound free. There is no pollution as such, sound pollution as well as the environment pollution. It runs on electricity. It will also have a solar panel. I will talk about that in a bit. So the idea is very, very futuristic. It is amazing. And if you are a SUV fan, and if you are a SUV user, this is one viable solution for you, because this is one very powerful electric truck which can do almost everything that you desire. You can ferry your stuff, you can basically shift your household, you can bring plants to your lawn, you can also do camping, and it has the place for housing or carrying 6 passengers in a very comfortable sitting arrangement. I will show that also in a bit. So let's look at the interiors. This interior is also very futuristic. It has a very large screen. If you see that, there is no dashboard, but it's sort of a iPad which controls all parameters of the truck. And it has the racing car kind of a steering, and all controls which you normally see whistles and bells in a car, is on the steering itself. So you don't have a very big and very dashboard which has a lot of dials and stuff like that. All the parameters are visible on this central console, which is like a TV screen, and it's a touch screen, so you can control a lot of things. You can switch on, switch off, whatever you want to do, you can do that. And so it can house 6 people very, very comfortably. And as you can see, it has a lot of light, a lot of visibility, and for rear backing up, it has a rear view camera also. So it is very, very comfortable. It's very strong at the same time. When we talk about the power plant, it comes in so many different variations depending on what you need, and of course price performance that you expect from your vehicle. So it comes with a single engine, and if you think that you will not be doing too much of off-roading and you will be living in urban environment all the time, and you don't want to do a lot of off-roading, but you want to basically a low-cost vehicle which can ferry your family comfortably from one place to another until the next charge, then the single engine is designed for that. And then you also have twin engine, and when you have a twin engine variant, that is when the fun really starts, and things starts to get your vehicle becomes more of an off-roading kind of a vehicle. And but then it also has a tri-engine, which has been already announced, and the future is quad engine. That means there will be 4 electric motors put into this vehicle, and it will be if you have a quad engine, plus you will have the console to control how many engines you want for a particular job, then you will actually have a very versatile vehicle in your hand. And so twin engine to quad engine are really, really powerful vehicles. And the beauty of this Cybertruck is that what Tesla has announced, that they will be increasing the range as the engine also, the number of engines increases, the number of motors increases in the vehicle. So the range is also going to be higher. That means there will be more battery pack available in the vehicle, so that it can take a longer distance, trip of a longer distance, and ferry family of 6 comfortably in a very nice environment with no sound, with no pollution at all. And there is a talking about the putting a solar panel on the roof itself, and this solar panel will add additional 15 to 20 miles to the charge. So you will have a good support, a backup support, so that every charge you will have additional 20 miles added to the range of your truck. So I think this is not yet launched in the market, but this is being worked out. And I think the vision that Elon Musk has, that he eventually wants to take this kind of a vehicle or some variant of this vehicle to the Mars, because I think this is going to be very useful on Mars when there is a lot of sun and there are no roads. So you would the cosmonauts or astronauts or vyomonauts which will go on Mars in future will have this as a viable medium of transportation while they are on Mars, because this is completely off-road and electric powered and with no pollution, completely powered by the electricity. So I think this is great in terms of mass appeal. Now let's look at the transmission or the suspension. Well, transmission is direct transmission when it comes to electric engines. So electric motors are directly connected to wheels, and there is no gear system. The gear systems are also electronically controlled, so you don't have levers and stuff like that. And it can be made automatic very easily. But then important thing is, in order to increase the comfort, this vehicle has automatic suspension. That means the vehicle will identify the kind of terrain it is actually going on and then adjust suspension. So that is as far as the driving conditions are concerned, the driver will not have to really change multiple levers and have to keep track of what kind of vehicle terrain his vehicle is running on. So this way, this is a very good software driven, software controlled application, and the software onboard computer will decide what is to be done depending on the amount of terrain, or if you are going in a rough terrain, then you need to basically soften the suspension. If you're going on a very rough terrain, then you have to harden it. So things like that. So this is all automatic in this vehicle, and this is a large vehicle. As you can see, it's a large vehicle, and the biggest part is that it's very strong. It's built using something called skeleton technique of fabrication, and the entire structure is extremely strong and shatterproof. And therefore you can actually use it in a very rough environment, and also you can carry a lot of heavy load in this truck. So as you can see, this is the trunk of the truck, which can be also used. This is also called the floor bed, and it is very stable, very well designed. If you can really see that this is very well engineered, and you have various applications in this. You can use it to carry your stuff, your luggage, or you can convert this into a motorhome kind of a situation where you have a sleeping arrangement or a kitchen and stuff like that. So all of these things will be available. At the same time, this truck is very powerful. It can also tow a separate similar looking tow vehicle, which can also double up as your housing station. So if you're into camping and all that, this is going to be the future of camping, where you can actually go around with your family without being bothered about finding fuel stations, etc., because this is going to be solar power driven, and there could be an option for generator where you can charge up your batteries, or if you basically go to a station, maybe when you park your vehicle, it will keep charging while you roam around in that area for 2 to 3 days. So I think this is very, very good vehicle in that sense. And let's talk about the inspiration. We have all seen James Bond movies, and if you remember the great movie called The Spy Who Loved Me, in that Roger Moore, the James Bond, actually drives this Lotus Esprit. This is very futuristic car in the 70s, but beauty in this movie they have shown is that this car not only can run at a high speed on the road, on the surface, but if the need arises, it can dive into the ocean and become a submarine. So this was the inspiration for Elon Musk to design this kind of a truck, and his team actually used this vehicle to design this Cybertruck. So I think all in all, this is a very exciting piece of history in the recent history, and also futuristic. So it is not yet launched. So I think we are all waiting very eagerly for this truck to come to life and become available for all of us to use and do our recreation activities. And also it's a multi-purpose vehicle, so I think all eyes are on this particular Cybertruck. This was unveiled today on November 21st in the year 2019. So friends, I would like to end my live stream today. If you have any suggestions, any questions, feel free to join me live again tomorrow in some other interesting, intriguing, historic reflection. Until then, have a nice day, have a good one, and as always, thanks for watching. Good morning, friends. Welcome to my library. And as you can see, I'm actually bringing live. I'm talking to you live, and I'm basically talking about the important incident that happened today, which is the November 18th. And in this program, basically, I'm live, so you can actually associate with me live. You have any questions or any comments, please feel free to send in those questions and suggestions, and I will address and talk to you immediately. All right. So today, the incident is related to Vasco da Gama. And what is that incident? Let's find out. Well, in the year 1497, the Portuguese navigator Vasco da Gama reaches Cape of Good Hope. Now, in those days, it was a very big deal because, what used to happen is that people were not very familiar with the sea routes. And the spice war actually triggered the European during the European Renaissance, because the spice route was actually from India to Europe through Middle East, and because of the price escalation by the Dutch on the spices, the Europeans were forced to search for a sea route, because before that there was no problem. The spices were reaching via the land route into Europe, and spices were very expensive, and it was a very expensive commodity because the spices are not found in Europe. They are not natively grown in Europe. And that really triggered Europeans to start looking for India. Why India? Because India was producing spices. I mean, no brainer there. However, there were two people who were very well regarded in this space. One is Christopher Columbus, who was also Portuguese, and the other Portuguese navigator was Vasco da Gama. He was a great navigator and he was an outstanding captain. And Vasco da Gama convinced the royal family of Portugal that he will find the route to India by known methods, and it was a long way to India, and because there was no Suez Canal in those days, so he had to circumnavigate a longer route, basically via crossing the entire Africa and then reaching India. It was a Herculean task considering the technology of those days. So we are talking about 1497. It's an important day to remember. It's a long time back. And while we have GPS, but it was a Herculean task. Well, Christopher Columbus decided to go the other way, but today we will not talk about that. Let's talk about what happened today, which is now November 18th. The Vasco da Gama and his fleet reached Cape of Good Hope, which was the southern tip of Africa. And when he reached there, there is a story. I mean, before he reached India, there is a lot of folklore, and he did not know where to go, because now he has reached Cape of Good Hope. And while he's traveling through the ocean, he was ensuring that he is taking the known routes and people who have traveled far off, so their experiences and all that, so that he is always very close to the land, so in case of any emergency he can reach the land. So that was his idea of traveling. Now when he reached the Cape of Good Hope, he did not know the route, because before him nobody had traveled through Indian Ocean. So he was wondering what to do, and he started talking to local people, trying to find if anybody has gone to India from South Africa. And so basically, fortunately for him, he found that there was a captain. His name was Patel, and he actually basically he had a fleet of 3 ships, and he was traveling from India to Africa, to South Africa in fact, Indians were doing that journey for thousands of years prior to this gentleman called Patel. So basically what happened was he got the direction to reach India from this captain called Patel, and Patel was very friendly and he wanted to help. So he said, okay, why didn't you tag along? So he actually took Vasco da Gama along with him, and then he dropped him off at Calicut, and that's how Vasco da Gama reached India. And then he met the king in Calicut, and basically talked about it, and he knew that he's reached India, but he failed to impress the local Indians. So that was his first landing in India, and he wanted to establish a trade, but he failed to do so because in any trade there is always give and take, and he wanted to take the spices back, but there was no deal struck during the first trip of when he landed at Calicut. So this is what happened, and when he landed in when he started, prior to that, he was funded by the royal family, and he had 4 ships and very travel worthy crew he was given. So he actually had a lot of support from the royal family, and he was actually working for the royals and imperial. So the whole banner of his fleet was imperial, the Portugal king, and he was supposed to basically find land so that they can colonize. That was the whole idea. Now this is even before the colonization even begun. So we are talking about something which happened even before the Europeans started colonizing, and Vasco da Gama probably did not know that his trip or his journey will actually end up in Europeans racing against each other in colonizing rest of the world. Well, this is a famous route which he took to reach India, and today, as I said, is an important day because this is basically an important journey that Vasco da Gama took, simply because this journey and the outcome of this journey changed the world as we know it today. As you can see, I'm an Indian and I can speak fantastic English, fluent English, and so on and so forth. So a lot of Indians today speak English, and that language was obviously brought in by the colonizing European powers into India. And today India has become even a larger English speaking country than United States of America. So like USA was also colonized, and India was also colonized, as like many other countries in the world, in Africa, in Asia Pac, they were colonized. All right, so let's continue our discussion on Vasco da Gama trip. And as you can see in this chart, I'm trying to show that when he started his journey from Portugal, he reached the age-old identified route. He did not try any adventurism. He actually stuck to his plan, and he went very close to the land, and he actually followed the olden charts of people who have traveled so far. So his challenge was how to travel beyond the Cape of Good Hope, and that is when his journey got totally erratic. As you can see, he was sailing very close to the land because he did not know what lies in the Indian Ocean. There was no GPS, there were no satellite, there were no pictures and all that. So he did not know how big is the Indian Ocean, what lies, is that land there. So he ensured after crossing, after today, which is November 18th in the year 1497, he ensured that he is always very close to the land. And this is his route. As you can see, he is going in a very zigzag manner in order to find his destination to India. All right. So when he basically returned, he identified India. He reached India. He managed to meet the king, and but he was not able to strike any deal. Because that was the major objective. You can remember that the royal family is funding your trip for what? There has to be some give and take. So he actually was not able to get any deal struck after the first trip, but he was able to successfully finish his trip and return back successfully. So when he returned, it took him many years. Basically in 1499 he returned to Portugal, and he was given a hero's welcome. Because he was obviously a great sailor and the first European to find a sea route to a far off country like India. And that really started the race among Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, Germans and English to basically send their ships to far off India and establish their own sea route. So obviously he had done a great job, and he was given a noble title by the king himself of Dom, which is equivalent to Lord. And so he actually made good fortune for himself, and he actually endured after taking such a risky journey to find India, and he was able to locate it. All right. So on his second trip, because in the first trip he was not able to strike any deal with the Indian royalty here in order to have some sort of a give and take, because India was a rich country, as you know, that India was in those days was contributing to about 25 to 30% of the global GDP. So they used to call India as a golden bird, because there was a lot of riches, a lot of gold, and everything, whatever you need was available within India. So Indians did not need anything from Europe unless they have something to offer. So he was not able to close a deal during his previous visit. So he thought he will use the force. And during the second trip, when he returned to India, he actually returned with armada of 15 battleships, which was again a wooden ship only, nothing special. I mean, if you look at the modern battleship, it has a lot of guns and all that. But in those days, they used to have slightly more thicker armor, etc. So he returned with 15 battleships, and in order to basically defeat the Indian king and plunder the city. That was his idea. So there was a big battle which happened between the King of Calicut and Vasco da Gama army, and well, we don't know too much about that, and I don't think he succeeded in doing that, but he actually succeeded in killing a lot of people during that invasion or conquest that he wanted to do. I am not sure what triggered him to basically plunder the Calicut or attack the Calicut, because he could have basically started a business deal, but he didn't do that. He actually chose the more aggressive way of attacking, and he got a lot of bad name because of that. And he also burned a ship full of Muslim pilgrims who were basically going towards Mecca, and his army actually burned that ship, killing all of these Muslim pilgrims alive in the ship. So he got a lot of bad name because of that he actually carried out such a incident for no reason. I mean, there was no reason to do that. Nevertheless, back home also he got really a bad name also, and then because this second trip also did not result in anything which is fruitful, so he became not very popular. He did not remain. He basically fell into some sort of obscurity where people didn't consider him, and his job was taken over by much more influential or statesmen type people from Portugal, and they took over where he left. So because his methods were not very much liked, and for almost like 2 decades he was kind of forgotten in Portugal itself, even though he did such a fantastic job, until when they were able to establish, the Portugal kingdom were able to establish themselves in today Goa. Then to give respect to Vasco da Gama, the Portugal king decided to appoint him as the India's viceroy, the first viceroy. So now this is very, very important. I mean, for people who want to know Indian history, the British came 200 years after this incident, or maybe 250 years after this. So while the British were able to rule the entire India, but Vasco da Gama really became the first viceroy of foreign origin in India. And British came and they also appointed their viceroy, but later on. So you can imagine that this act of the Portugal really triggered the competition among the European countries to establish a colonial race across the world. And this was the first example where Vasco da Gama was sent to India, as a first viceroy in the year 1524. However, his success was short-lived. He was bitten by Indian malaria mosquito, and after reaching India within 3 months, he died of malaria. So, kind of a sad end of this great sailor. He was not a politician. He was a sailor, and he actually was only looking at accomplishing his goal of finding India and solving the problem of the European, which was European nation, which was about getting access to the low-cost spice trade and have their own sea routes so that they can control the price, because there was a price war going on in Europe in those days when it comes to spices. So spices triggered the colonization, and the Portuguese Vasco da Gama became the first viceroy ever anywhere outside their own home country. And that is why this is an interesting day, because today he reached Cape of Good Hope, and we know that South Africa was also colonized, and South Africa was the last country to get freedom from apartheid. So friends, we had an interesting discussion. I will meet you on Monday with something more relevant or about incident which happened on Monday next week. Until then, you enjoy your weekend and keep rocking. Bye-bye, and thanks for watching.
Reflection, and as you know that we are discussing the profile of a great Akbar. Today we are discussing the Mansabdari system, and this is the second part of this show, and we will be discussing this with the popular historian Mrs. Meeta Joshi. So let's welcome her. So नमस्कार मीता जी, वेलकम टू द शो। और जैसे कि हमारे व्यूअर्स और हम लोग जानते हैं कि हम अकबर द ग्रेट के बारे में डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, और हमने बहुत सारी चीजें डिस्कस की, उसकी पर्सनालिटी और किस तरह से वो एक एम्परर बने, क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स उन्होंने झेली एक्चुअली बिफोर. सो नाउ वी विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट मोर ऑफ हिज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन.
Yes, Namaskar Kanchan. In the last episode, we covered about how Akbar became the emperor and how he faced the challenges which came through his way. And if you talk about his administration, that is the main highlight of his life, because he was the one who introduced this new type of military administration, which was known as Mansabdari system. Mansab is an Arabic word which means a rank. So through this Mansab, he was deciding the ranks of the government officials, and not only the ranks, but how much remuneration or salary they will get. That also was decided by this Mansabdari system. Now, one of the courtiers in Akbar's court, Raja Todarmal, he was very instrumental in working this Mansabdari system out. And basically, it was like this, that suppose we have 100 villages or 1,000 villages nearby. So you appoint a Mansabdar who is a rank holder, and you give him the responsibility of 10 villages. So if you are giving the responsibility of 10 villages, so he will be called a Mansab of 10 villages. So that way the ranking was there. Like there were a Mansabdar with 1,000 villages, then 100 villages, 500 villages, and so on. So it determined not only the position, but the rank also, and how much salary the particular mansab will get. Now, this mansabdari system initially was a big hit because people, they got power in their hands when they became mansabdars, and they very sincerely did and performed their duties. But as the time progressed, the mansabdari system became less popular, and there was a reason behind that. The reason was, once a mansabdar, when he was getting the power, then some of them started misusing their power, and they started exploiting the villagers. And though, see, as I told you, it was a military rank. The mansab was a military rank. But then when one individual got that rank, and how many mansabs were under him, so they started treating that particular area as their territory. And then there was this ownership factor, that we own this mansab, which was not right, because it was under the Mughal Empire. It was not an individual's property. For example, if you see, in the Delhi Sultanate, there was an Ikta system. Ikta system was a system in which a piece of land, which was known as Ikta, was given to either retired military officers or whoever the Sultan liked. So through that piece of land, whatever revenue they generated was owned by the Iqtadar. So that was a very different thing. But here it is a government official. Mansabdar was a government official. And then this lot of corruption creeped in this Mansabdari system, and slowly it became a failure. But one thing it did, that it united the Mughal Empire, the Mansabdari system, because there were Jats, there were Savars, these were the ranks. So there was a hierarchy, and everyone was reporting to the king. All the details, records were briefed to Akbar, that what is happening in his military administration and the Mughal Empire. So that way it integrated the Mughal Empire in a big way. Okay.
Okay, when we are asking, or when we are talking about Mansabdari system, so it was kind of originated in the period of Akbar's empire, or it was the traces you can find in the earlier Delhi Sultanate also, and then later on this is being developed. How?
No, only at the time of Akbar this Mansabdari system started. Before that, we don't find any mention of such type. In Delhi Sultanate, if you see, Alauddin Khilji was very much particular about his army, because he was we can say that he was the first imperialist of India, Alauddin Khilji. So that way he has consolidated his empire with the help of his military and army. But no such system was there. Alauddin always paid cash salary to his soldiers. So that was a different system. But here, this type of system which Akbar started, and there are some very unique features of this Mansabdari system. For example, Akbar personally appointed the Mansabdars. Okay, it was not like this, that he gave the charge to his ministers to appoint the Mansabdar. He himself was involved in the selection of the Mansabdars. And then a mansabdar could be asked to perform any civil or military service. So it is like not one task, but two tasks you can be assigned in future. So that,
yeah, as you said that it is kind of developed by Todermal, Raja Todermal. So basically we can safely say it's a being child of Todermal and creating Mansabdari system. Then later Akbar also acknowledged, we can say like this?
yes, we can say like this because the idea was of Raja Todermal. And there were 33 types of mansabdars. If we see the ranks and the categories, there were 33 types of mansabdars, and the lowest mansabdar, which was there, commanded 10 soldiers, and the highest 10,000 soldiers. So there was this, categorization that how the mansabdar will be appointed. And sometimes a mansabdar was also paid the salary in cash, apart from the revenue which they were generating from their respective mansabs. And the salary which was supposed to be given to the soldiers which were under them were added to the personal salary of the mansabdar. Okay. At times, for paying salary to the soldiers, a jagir was given to him. We can find little traces of Ikta system here from the Delhi Sultanate, but the revenue was realized by officers and then the necessary adjustments were made. So it is a very, systematic type of a system, military system, which you can also say that, as I mentioned, that civil or military, like they had to perform two duties. And this mansabdari system was not hereditary. Whereas if you see Ikta system, it was hereditary. Suppose I owned a piece of land, so it was passed on to my, the successors. But here, it was not hereditary. It was only according to your merit.
That is something very great, and I feel that this brings a strongness to Mughal Empire because a person is holding economic charge as well as the military charge. So
Yes.
that makes this Mansabdari system very unique. I would like to ask you two questions. First is this Mansabdari given rise to Jamidari system before 1947 of freedom which we got? And second, is this when we talk about Mansabdari, so Panchayati system has taken few points from Mansabdari? I mean, leaving the military aspect of it.
No. See, Jamindari was totally a thing given by the Britishers. Because when the Britishers came to India, they formulated this land revenue settlement, and there were three types of systems. One was Ryotwari, one was Jamindari, and another one was Mehelwari system. But here in the Mansabdari system, a quota, suppose you are a Mansabdar. So I will assign you a quota of horses, a quota of mules, okay? And through that, your rank and prestige will be judged. That how many horses you own, or how many oxen you have, or how many mules you have. So that this was the categorization, number one. Number two, the salaries which were paid to the Mansabdars were on a higher side. For example, a Mansabdar with a rank of 5,000 got a salary of 30,000 rupees a month. And that time 30,000 was a huge amount. Okay. And suppose a person who has 3,000 mansabs could get 17,000 rupees a month. So that way the categorization of salary was there, and the horses, they were classified into 6 categories, and the elephants into 5. So it was all about, the power, that how many horses and elephants you own, the bigger mansabdar you are. Then for every 10 cavalrymen, as I told you, the minimum was 10 soldiers. So for every 10 cavalrymen, the mansabdar had to maintain 20 horses for them, and then they had to keep replacements also ready. Suppose a horse gets injured in the time of war or in a journey, then a replacement should be ready. So you can just imagine that with how much of mind exercise it was formulated.
Right.
So everything was kept in mind before jotting it down.
Yeah, definitely. It was quite a unique and very robust system which was created, because I can really understand when you are telling me that this is how Akbar actually united whole of India, including when there was some problem with the Rajputs also, that also came into Mansabdari system. So this continued in whole of Mughal empire. I mean, the later emperors also adopted Mansabdari system, or how it ended, and what was the future which is being established by Akbar?
See, after Akbar, Shah Jahan, he reduced the numbers of soldiers kept by a Mansabdar. Shah Jahan. In Shah Jahan's time, each Mansabdar was required to keep 1/3 of the original number. And after Shah Jahan, at the time of Jahangir and Aurangzeb, it declined in a very big way. And by the time Aurangzeb came into power, it almost vanished.
Okay.
Because every king had a mind of their own. So whatever they felt it right, they did according to that. It was not like that my father did this, so I should also continue that. So this was not there, because there is if you see the Mughal empire in total, when Aurangzeb came into power, he followed the expansion policy of the Mughal empire. That's why he spent 25 years of his life in Deccan, because he wanted to strengthen the Mughal empire's position by adding the South Indian parts and the dominions also in the Mughal empire, and he was successful in that. But it was again the main reason for the decline of the Mughal empire, because he left Delhi and Agra, and he was every time down south at Bijapur, Golconda and Ahmednagar. So it was very difficult to manage the things sitting in south, because there was no system of telephones or mobile phones that time. So if you have to send a message, that message could only go by a person who will take a letter on a horse to Delhi or Agra. So it was a very long way, around 2,500 kilometers run was there. So the management of North India became a challenge for Aurangzeb, and then this became a big factor in the decline of Mughal empire.
Yeah, so when we are talking about Mansabdari and Akbar, and we as you told us, this is financial and of course military post which is being given. So I just want to ask you last question, is that when Mansabdari is there, so when the portfolio of military is also being given to Mansabdars, Then was it necessary, or there was any other system where the army was taken care by Akbar, or there were some kind of arrangement which is beyond Mansabdari, or the military is also became the part of Mansabdari?
Military became the part of Mansabdari Kanchan. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that it was a military system.
Okay.
So there was no other, military setup.
Okay.
It was only the Mansabdari system at the time of Akbar.
Okay. So, any last thoughts you want to add with the kind of Akbar's profile and how he ruled India? Any last few sentences if you want to add into this whole profile?
Akbar was I can sum up that he was a great general first, because he was able to motivate his armed forces to do different conquests and expand the Mughal territory and dominions. Then he was a secular king. Though he was Islamic by origin, but he always embraced the other religions. That's why if you see in his court, more Rajputs were there. Because through the policy of matrimonial alliances, he took the Rajputs into his fold, and there was this a very compassionate and loving kind of atmosphere. So brotherhood was more in his empire, and everyone loved him because he was the Badshah of the public, of his subjects, and he, as I said, he was secular, so he celebrated Diwali, he played Holi with his court people, with common people also. So that way he made a place in the hearts of common people of India.
Yes, definitely. And it was, I just want to extend my thanks for discussing the profile of Akbar, because Akbar as a king, as a person, definitely had left an impact on India, and as far as the social, economic, and cultural side is concerned. So we will be discussing more kings in our...
We had a great discussion with Mrs. Meeta Joshi, and we discussed how Todarmal became instrument in establishing Mansabdari system during the time of Akbar. And I look forward for your comments, and I'll be meeting again in our next episode. Till then, you take care. Bye-bye.
Morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmach, and my name is Chandrakant. And today, in this edition and the live stream, I'm going to basically tell you about some of the important historic events which happened on November 4th. So today is November 4th. So let's find out what is so important, which is worth remembering, and also getting a lessons from the history. Okay, so let's start our show. Well, the first incident is related to the Joan of Arc. The Joan of Arc, as you know, is a national hero and also liked by many people as a hero, actually heroine. And did you know that she was only 19 years old when she started leading army contingent, and she was a master strategist. She actually liberated the, defeating the rebel forces way back in 1429, when she actually had her first conquest. And that is why she is a national hero of France, and she is very popular actually. It is unfortunate that at the age of 21, she was captured by the enemy and she was burned at the stake. So she had a very successful reign for 2 years. At very young age, she was sort of killed by the enemy. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, prosthetic limbs are very important. Sometimes during during normal working, humans while working in factories or with machinery or in an accident or by birth, you are missing a limb or two. So and that gives a very big disability to humans, and they hamper their normal working. So this was a big issue, and people didn't want to remain like that. So the American inventor, his name was Benjamin Palmer, he invented the first prosthetic leg. As you can see in this picture, this is the first prosthetic leg, and this was patented on November 4th, 1846. So it is such a big innovation, such a big invention which changed the mankind. And there are so many prosthetics today. I mean, all of these prosthetic artificial limbs are based on this particular design. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, during the Civil War, the usual tactic was to dig trench and go down into the trench and then keep shooting at the enemy. This was the strategy which was sort of perfected during the American Civil War, and the war prolonged because of that. And both sides fighting, both factions basically, they were dug up, and war was continuing. A lot of people were dying, and there was it was not ending quickly. And because of that, it was a big issue basically. So there was an inventor called Richard Jordan Gatling. He was actually a doctor. He wanted to end the war, and he said, okay, if you kill a lot of humans quickly, then that will end the war. It will be a decisive victory for at least one side. So with that intention, he actually devised this gun, the first machine gun, which was hand operated, cranked using the hand, and it could fire, so it could rapidly fire, and it could fire many bullets. And it's basically depend on how fast you can crank, and it will run. And this was the first machine gun. And you can imagine the intention behind this invention. It was they wanted to basically end the war by killing a lot of humans. Unfortunately, this gun was very successful in the field, and it actually helped quickly ending the American Civil War. And this machine gun basically became the base of all machine guns today that are used, rapid fire arms, which are handheld or also platform fitted, and these are called Gatling guns. And this is actually multi-barrel guns, and therefore today the Gatling gun can fire up to 3,000 rounds per minute. That is the speed at which these guns are running in the modern era. All right, let's move to the next one. Again, this is about the human requirement, and now this time it's related to our teeth. And when you lose your teeth, you also lose the ability to actually cut and chew. So and then when you are not able to take a lot of solid food, your health also deteriorates. So it's a chain reaction which happens if you lose your tooth, one or two. So to solve this problem, a dentist, his name was John Beers, and he was based in San Francisco, created the crown. So basically he created a method by which you can actually perform a root canal and put a crown on top of your damaged tooth. This discovery or invention was this process was invented by John Beers and then patented today on November 4th in 1873. So important one for humans today. All right, let's move to the next one. Again, a very big invention, and this time by an African American inventor. His name was Thomas Elkins, and he actually invented the refrigerator. Today, we see a refrigerator in every household, in every dining room and kitchen, and we take this invention as granted. You can just go out in any supermarket, pick up refrigerator of choice, and bring it home for a very low price. But this was a big deal because you wanted to save your food for longer time. You want to buy once and then protect it for longer time and prevent it from going bad, because food is expensive. So this African American inventor Thomas Elkin invented the refrigerator, got the patent signed on November 4th, 1879. Important one. And it's not only the white man which was doing the innovation, it was also the African American who were also contributing. All right, let's move to the next one. Now this is from Egypt. And we all know that Tutankhamun was a big pharaoh, and there were a lot of riches associated with Tutankhamun. And his tomb was discovered by Howard Carter in the year 1922 on November 4th. And Tutankhamun had a huge empire, and he was also a very popular pharaoh who died young. So we are not covering that story because that would mean that going too much in history. But important thing is his tomb was discovered today on November 4th in 1922 by Howard Carter. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, in today's automobiles, today's car, we actually take air conditioning as a given feature, because you don't want to buy a car without an air condition today. Every car, whether small or large or big, even electric cars, they come with factory fitted air conditioning systems. But the first air conditioning system was really a big deal that provided comfort while you are in the car. And this innovation was first brought in by a car manufacturer in Chicago, and his name was Packard. Packard actually produced some of the best cars, some of the most luxurious cars in the world. And just to give you an idea between the cost, because if you make your car very powerful, very luxurious, and also provide all these amenities like air conditioning and powered windows, etc., which was not heard of in those days, obviously your car will be very expensive. So Packard was known to make only 10 to 12 cars in a year, very, very exclusive clientele. And in those days, in the 1939, 1940s, average apartment in Manhattan, which is the most prime location in US, used to cost about $500, but a Packard used to cost $12,000 to $13,000 in those days. So it is, owning a Packard was such a big deal. However, the first air conditioning unit in a car was patented today on November 4th in the year 1939 by Packard. All right, let's move to the next one. We all know the hero of Second World War. The winning side was led by Eisenhower. He was the general of the combined Allied forces, which included British, French, and all other European nations in exile, Canadian, and also the American. So he was a master strategist, and he ensured that the Allies actually win the war, the Second World War. And then he returned and he served his service in the army, and then he stood in the election in 1952, and he basically wiped out the other opponent completely, and he became the president of the United States. So Dwight D. Eisenhower was elected today, became the president of United States in the year 1952. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, this is about the music lovers. We all know that some of you may be very young when the Spice Girls' first album came out. Well, The Spice Girls' first album was called The Spice, and the first album itself sold 23 million copies of the Spice Girls. And even today, if you listen to some of these songs, they are amazing. They are beautifully choreographed. If you look at the video, and also very meaningful songs. Now, the first album, The Spice, was launched today on November 4th in the year 1996. So a trivia for Spice lovers, the Spice Girls lovers, I mean. And if you are a music lover, I think this is something that you must remember. So many important things happened today, friends. If you have any opinion or any suggestions on any of these happenings, feel free to write back, and I will meet you next week, Monday at 10:30 sharp. You have a nice weekend, and thanks for watching. Friends, and welcome to Akulmach live stream. And today is November 3rd, so let us dive into the historic events which happened today. Maybe there is some learning and maybe something to remember. So let us start our journey today. Well, the first thing is about England, and many of you may be knowing that in England, most of the Christians basically protested against the Catholic Church, and because of that, they are called Protestants. So it started a new stream or new faction within Christianity, and they moved away from the Catholic Church, which is called the Catholic Roman Catholics. The English people are called the Protestant Christians, and they have slightly different ideologies. However, today on November 3rd, 1534, the English Parliament passed the Supremacy Act, which made the Henry VIII and all subsequent monarchs of England as head of church in England. So basically, they kind of snapped ties from the Vatican City, and they created their own order in Christianity, which is an important day for Protestants. All right, let's move to the next one. And this is a little bit of sad information. And as you can see, this pretty woman, she existed in 1793, and she was a French journalist, a playwright, and also a feminist. Her name was Olympe de Gouges. And in the 1700s, the French Revolution was on the full peak, and they were actually getting hold of all kinds of elite people and basically killing them during the French Revolution. So today on November 3rd, 1793, this lady was guillotined. And guillotine is basically the butchering device which used to look like a big axe which will fall on your neck and severing your head from your body. So she was given this punishment, and it's very sad because I think many people lost their life, especially people who were scientists and even professors. Many of them were rounded up by the revolutionaries and were killed, and she was one of them. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, believe it or not, the Indian newspaper during the era of newspaper, the famous Times of India, has the world record of being the English newspaper in circulation in the highest number. And this newspaper really started in 1832, started publishing in the year 1832 on November 3rd. But this was not known as the Times of India. In those days, this was called Bombay Times, and it's also one of the oldest newspaper in the world, and the largest circulation. It has the world record. So I think it's an important trivia to know for people who would like to follow such historic incident, that and especially Indians, they can feel proud about this kind of a achievement by Indian newspaper. All right, let's move to the next one. I'm not sure if many of us will know General Ulysses S. Grant. He was the general for the north side for the Lincoln's army, the army which was loyal to Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, United States Civil War, and Ulysses S. Grant was leading the winning side basically, which actually won during the Civil War. And subsequently, after the death of Abraham Lincoln, rather assassination by Booth, of Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses actually stood in the election and won against the Democrat. And in year 1868, on November 3rd, he became the President of United States. So let's move to the next one. This is about Panama. Believe it or not, Panama was under the colonial rule of Colombia. So, the colonization was so rampant that even the colonies of Spain were colonizing other areas. So, I think it is absurd. So, Panama was an independent country, and it was basically colonized by the Scottish people, but then later acquired by Colombia. And they actually fought against the Colombian rule, became independent in the year 1903 on November 3rd. Important thing to know, because I think these countries are so small, sometimes we don't even think about their history. But nevertheless, I think it was a very important incident in our history where people rose against any sort of colonization, even in small pockets. All right, let's move to the next one. Well, there was an international radio telegraph society which used to decide on various codes that are used in radios, because in those days the radio used to be sort of peer-to-peer communication, like a walkie-talkie where only one person can speak and all others can listen. So at any point in time, only one can speak and everybody else have to listen. So therefore, it was logical to develop some sort of codes and some sort of so Morse code was developed so that you can transmit without speaking. Also, some codes were developed so you can do use radio as a transmission and meaningful transmission. And therefore, today on 1906, on November 3rd, International Radio Telegraph Conference held in Berlin decided SOS will be the international signal for distress. So whenever somebody transmit SOS, it actually means that you are under some sort of a distress, and SOS can be sent terrestrially or through by an aeroplane or even from a different planet. I mean, if suppose you're stuck on Mars or you're in a spacecraft in going towards the moon, you can still say SOS in case there is a problem. So SOS is the signal or symbol for stress or distress, which was adopted in 1906 on November 3rd. All right, let's move to the next one. We all know that the Ford revolutionized the production. Basically, it started with cars, and Ford basically started producing the cars on an assembly line. And by this method, Ford was able to create large factories and also increase production manifold, and thus reducing his cost of the car. And the most famous car which Ford produced from the Ford factories were Model T. And since he was very successful, looking at that success, Chevrolet opened their doors today on November 3rd, 1911. So it is an important day in history where another competitor of Ford started their operations and started building cars on an assembly line in a similar fashion. So I have a viewer here, Vijeta. Vijeta, good morning. How are you? If you have any question related to this subject, please feel free to ask the question. All right, let me move to the next one. Well, Turkey basically switched from Arabic script to Roman alphabet today on November 3rd. Turkey is an Islamic country, we all know that, but they are not Islamic ruled country. So there is a lot of difference. They are a republic. In fact, the name of the country is also called Republic of Turkey. And recently they have changed their name to Turkiya. So Republic of Turkiya. And they were actually they were Christians basically, but they were colonized by Ottomans and forcibly converted about 500